You ready to play Steins Gate Zero? I mean, we go for 11 hours every day, right? So there's no way we're ending at only 6. We still got 5 hours to go, right? And no, it's not a glitch, that's a black screen. Apparently, like a lot of visual novels, there is a opening sequence when we first boot up the game. So we're going to make sure we see that. We'll just boot up the game real quick and see the pretty opening sequence, which is probably going to be muted on the VOD. Because that's how things go, yeah? There we go. Oh, you're going to be a mouse kidnapper, huh? The thingy kidnaps the mouse, apparently. Okay. I don't like mouse kidnappers, but... Okay, let's wait for a minute on the opening screen. Sometimes there's a opening sequence song thingy. Let's see if there is one on here. Sometimes there is, sometimes there isn't. And if there is, it would be nice to go ahead and see it. I'll give it about a minute or two to see if there is one. Alright, and there's the opening sequence that's probably going to be muted in the VOD. And there's me coughing because I just got those allergies that just won't quit. Okay, new game. Let's see what kind of madness we're into now. That's a fantastic way to start it off. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. The hatch opened. Bright light flooded my eyes. Where was I? My eyes narrowed. I could barely make out the summer's twilight sky. I didn't want to leave. I just wanted to disappear. But someone grabbed my arm and dragged me out.
うお、もう帰ってきたお。まだ1分も経ってないのに。
おかわり？
I didn't have the energy to respond to my own nickname. I fell to the ground and wrapped my arms around myself.
おかわり？
Mayuri ran to me and looked down, her face worried, but her kindness felt like nothing but a nuisance. Don't talk to me. Just leave me alone.
おかりん血まみれじゃん。どうしたん？
父さん、タオルと水、あと服も今すぐ手に入れてきて。
どういうことか説明プリーズ。
いいから早く。
わかったお。
Daru ran to the door that led back inside the building.
おかりん、大丈夫？しっかりして、死なないで。大丈夫。怪我してるわけじゃないよ。
Stop it. Just get away from me. Leave me alone. I couldn't save her. In fact, I killed her myself. Right here, 3 weeks ago. I killed her. I'm a
無
murderer.
駄だったんだ。何をやっても無駄だ。
Oh, is this going to be
全部決まってしまっていることなんだよ。
his story as the guy who's going to eventually send the text back in time to watch the TV? Potentially. Okay. Doop 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 doop. Da, 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 da.
同じだ。マユレの時と同じなんだ。どれだけもがいたって結果は同じになる。
No matter how many times I try, it will all converge back to the same result. The process doesn't matter. Whether you time travel or time leap, you can't go back and change the results of the past. I thought I understood that cruel truth, but now I was forced to realize it again, and in the worst possible way.
無駄だよ。無駄なんだ。何もかも無駄なんだよ。俺はやっぱりクリスを助けられないんだ。分かってた。分かってたんだ。こうなるって予想してたんだ。もう疲れた。ずっと休んでないんだ。だからもういいよ。
おかりん、一体何が？
俺が殺した。殺してしまった。バカみたいだ。全部俺のせいだ。
マキセ・クリスをさ、刺し殺しちゃったんだ。殺した？嘘、そんな。でも安心して、まだもう一回分タイムトラベルはできる。
ほっといてくれ。俺のことなんか何度やったって結果は同じだ。
何言ってんの？諦めるつもり？オカリンおじさんの肩には何十億っていう人の命がかかってるんだよ。たった一回の失敗が何だって言うんだ。
クリスはどうやったって助けられない。世界線の収束には逆らえない。
Same button, same button. Oh, there we go. This term refers to an infinite number of possible worlds. However, these worlds do not exist in parallel. Only one exists at a given time. Everything that occurs along a world line from the past to the future has been predetermined. Thus, no matter how much you change the past along with a single world line, the result will converge to the same outcome. That's just the reality of this world. I learned that a long time ago.
こうなったらビンタしてでも気合い入れ直して。ダメだよ、無理強いするのは良くないよ。こんなボロボロになってるオカリン見てられないもん。でもさ、このままじゃ未来を変えられない。どうして未来のことをオカリン一人に押し付けるの？そんなの重すぎるよ。オカリンおじさんには世界の観測者としての能力があるからだよ。オカリンが望んだわけじゃないのに。それにもう一度やったってまたオカリンが傷つくだけだって思うな。未来のことを人一人で変えようなんてきっと無理なんだよ。だからそのためのシュタインズゲートで、気持ちはわかるよ。でもさ、私も未来をかけてここまで来てるんだよね。どっちにしろ2036年には戻れないんだ。そう簡単に諦めるつもりはないから。オカリンおじさん、一つだけ忠告しとく。このタイムマシンに残されてる燃料は有限なの。さっきは往復2回分しか残ってないって言ったけど、実はまだそれなりに余裕はある。それでも移動できる時間はおよそ344日分。片道のタイムトラベルだとしても今から1年と経たないうちに7月28日には届かなくなる。覚えといて。その日になったらさ、私はたとえ一人でも飛ぶよ。
Someone was saying something to me, but I couldn't understand the words. I didn't want to listen to anything. I just wanted to sleep. Just let this all end. Just let me go.
オカリン、オカリン、ねえ、オカリン、もう頑張らなくてもいいからね。泣いてもいいんだよ。オカリン、マユシーはそばにいるからね。オカリン。
I don't know if Mayuri's words were the reason why, but the tears started to flow. I decided to forget everything. Ever since that day, I stopped going to the Future Gadget Lab. Future Gadget Laboratory. A lab in name only is actually a group of students who make strange inventions. Its founder, Rintaro Okabe, described it as a place where he can further his ambitions to overthrow the ruling structure of the world. To get there, head down Center Street from Akihabara Station, then when you get to the Suehirocho intersection, take a left at Kuru Maebashi Street, then head into the alleyway just in front of the next light, and you'll find an old multi-purpose building called the Obiyama Building. It's on the second floor. Oh, okay, I kind of like the looks of that. That's nice. That's a nice look. The menu looks nice. UPX, the new symbol of Akihabara, was located right in front of the station. In the hall on the fourth floor, preparations have been going on all morning for the ATF Akihabara Techno Forum Convention. Universities and labs from both inside and outside the country would work together to put on special seminars and symposiums at regular intervals. My school, Tokyo Denki University, was participating as part of its industry collaboration efforts. Students were required to attend these seminars and submit reports to their instructors. Tokyo Denki University, first founded as the Denki School in 1907, in 1949 it became a college in Kanda, Tokyo. Denki University trains engineers and scientists to promote the healthy development of scientific technology. It was founded around the principle of practical study above all else, and its educational and research motto is Technology is People. Because of the school's location, it was deeply involved in the development of Akihabara. Otherwise, they wouldn't get credit for the related classes. In addition, I was supposed to help one of the lecturers, Associate Professor Izaki. I had just gotten a list from the reception desk at the shared lobby. I was waiting to check off the names of students who were coming to the lectures. There was still some time before the seminar started, so the lobby was mostly empty. None of the students on the list were here yet. I was bored, but I couldn't do anything but wait. The old me never could have imagined doing anything like this, but impressing Izaki was part of my new goal in life. Victor Chandraya University. Yes, that was my new goal. Izaki did a lot of joint research projects with them and knew a lot of people there. The first step to getting there my brain could come up with was being his assistant. Also, this convention was holding another seminar by Victor Chandraya University after the one held this summer. Of course, that interested me too. Summer. An image of her as she was then flashed through my mind. I was trying to get to Victor Chandriya so that I could learn about the work that Kurisu Makise had been doing. I wanted to try to do it myself. Of course, I wasn't a genius like Kurisu. I knew there was no way I would ever be able to do what she did. But if I could do even 10% of it, honestly, I'm amazed that I've recovered so well. I thought that to myself and chuckled, just as a voice called to me from across the lobby.
ちょっとそこの方
I looked up and saw a young girl approaching from the elevator hall. She was short and petite. Everything about her was small. I could kind of make out a few of the curves that don't appear until after puberty, so at least she wasn't in elementary school. But maybe middle school, for someone with such a cute face. She clearly didn't care about her appearance. Her hair wasn't styled and it flowed down her back. Even I could tell her clothes weren't very fashionable.
ごめんなさい。スタッフルームってどこかしら？
ここは ATF のセミナー会場だけど。
Clearly not a place where a middle school girl belonged. She had probably just come to the wrong place.
そんなの分かっているわ。何度同じ話を繰り返せば気が済むの。
いや、今初めて行ったんだけど。
私にとってはあなたで4回目よ。この場所に来てからね。
Irritated, she pulled a card out of her jacket. It was one of the IDs given out to invited guests. Her name and the name of her workplace were written on the front.
Huh?
Victor Chandraya University, USA, Brain Science Institute.
ビクトル・コンドリア大学脳科学研究所。
I'm gonna read.
Huh?
No, not that one. This one. Really? You're not gonna let me reread
Huh?
that one?
Victor Condria 大学。ビクトル・コンドリア大学。
Condria, okay.
ビクトル・コンドリア大学。
Condria, okay. Brain science, the field of study that researches animal brains, also called neuroscience. It investigates the brain from a number of perspectives, including biology, genetics, medicine, psychology, and electrical engineering. I looked at the card and then at her, then back at the card. Then I looked at her again. I finally realized.
あ、そういうことか。そのカード、どこに落ちてたんだ？拾ってくれたん？
その話も4回目よ。
She sighed and showed me another card. This one was a photo ID from Victor Chandria University.
Yeah?
It was the same ID I had seen Karisu holding before on another world line. The photo on the card. Yeah, that was definitely her.
ヒア城真帆って読むの。私の名前、ヒア城真帆。漢字でもローマ字でも誰も読めた試しがないから先に言っとくわ。
ビクトル・コンドリア大学の中学生？
寝ぼけるなら夜にして。大学に中学生がいるわけないでしょ。
それもそうだな。じゃあ飛び級か。
Unlike in Japan, it wasn't uncommon for Americans to skip grades. Kurisu had made it to university at age 17, but still, a girl this young working in a university lab.
一つ確認していいかしら。あなた今、少なからず衝撃を受けてるわよね。こんな小さい子が信じられないかしら。それともこの年齢ですごいの方。
She got me.
ここをよく見なさい。
The girl, Maho Hiyajo, pointed to part of the ID with her fingers. She was born in 1989, and it was 2010, so...
21歳。
つま まり立派な成人女性よ。中学生じゃないのよ。もちろん小学生でも幼稚園児でも。
And then she puffed out her chest. There wasn't much to see, but I could imagine her saying, "They look bigger when I'm not wearing clothes. They're huge."
何かしらその顔は。
あ、いや、悪かった。謝る。
I couldn't believe it. She was older than me. If Daru was here, he would be dancing around screaming, "Legal lolly for the win." Net slang used to express excitement about a positive event or experience, abbreviated FTW, refers to a character in anime or manga who appears to be no older than an elementary school, but is in fact over the legal age of 20.
まあいいわ。世界中どこへ行っても同じ目に遭ってるから。
うん、そうだろうな。
何か言った？
あ、いや、別に。
Still, the Brain Science Institute? That's where Kurisu worked. Which means this kid, no, this person, might know a lot about Kurisu. I held back the impulse to start badgering her with questions. I looked at the pamphlet with the seminar schedules. Victor Condria's lecture was the last one for the day, and was clearly intended to be the biggest. Was this Maho Hiyajoko going to give a lecture? Just like Kurisu had done at the summer convention. No, wait, that's wrong. That never happened. Kurisu Makise never gave any lectures over the summer. That happened in the Alpha World Line, in the world line I inhabited now, before the summer convention. She had already.
君が今日登壇を？
いいえ、私は助手として来たの。あと通訳も兼ねてね。
I looked at the pamphlet again and saw that the lecturer was a man named Alexis Leskinen. Alexis Leskinen, a professor at Victor Condria University and the chief researcher at the Brain Science Institute.
テーマは人工知能革命か。面白そうだ。
時間があったらぜひ聞いてみてほしいわね。
そうするよ。あ、スタッフルームだったよな。
I lead Maho over to the elevator hall and showed her where the staff room was.
ありがとう。
I had no reason to hang around her any further. I said goodbye and was just about to turn around. Just then, the elevator opened. A woman emerged. The instant I saw her face, every hair on my body stood on end. Moeka, Kiryu. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. Calm down. This is the Beta World Line. Mayuri is alive. Moeka's not going to kill her. Our eyes meet. The eyes on the other side of her glasses were as dead as ever, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. I frantically averted my gaze before she realized something was wrong. She tilted her head for a second, but quickly lost interest in me and turned toward Maho.
ああ、雑誌社の方でしたよね。お約束通り、取材を。
Even in this world line, Moeka still only spoke in faint whispers.
レスキネン教授はまだなんです。少しお待たせしてしまいますけど。はい。それまで私でよければシステムの概要でも。お願いします。
The two of them disappeared into the staff room. As I watched them leave, I took a deep breath. I tried to calm down, but it wasn't working.
桐生萌か。もしかしてまたお前なのか。
It was a terrible feeling, like a cold finger tracing the wounds in my heart. That night, when the terrorist threat shut down all the trains in Akihabara, I hate that feeling when you think you're about to sneeze but you just don't. I'd much rather just sneeze and get it over with. Anyway, that night when the terrorist threats shut down all the train in Akihabara, that awful night when I just knew something was going to happen.
ここでもまたお前が。
Or was I just imagining things? Was she just a magazine reporter now, instead of a CERN Rounder? Rounder, an unofficial group that works for CERN. It is, in theory, an independent group that does technology research. Rounders are deployed all over the world, and their numbers are unknown. Their real objective is to recover the IBN 5100s, the only machines capable of hacking CERN's hidden database, as well as crushing any attempts at time machine research around the world and taking the scientists back to work for CERN. They are, in essence, mercenaries who are capable of using force if necessary. Some of the members are at the bottom rung, do their work without ever meeting another member face to face. CERN, the European Laboratory for Nuclear Research. CERN, however, is not an acronym for this group. It comes from the French Société Européenne de Recherche Nucléaire. And I probably butchered that to fucking back. European Society for Nuclear Research. Its predecessor group. The lab consists of the world's largest particle accelerator on the outskirts of Geneva, Switzerland. It crosses the border between France and Switzerland, and there is a bank, library, post office, and living quarters located on the grounds. Research teams from all over the world, but particularly the 19 countries of Europe, gather here to perform experiments in elementary particle physics. Several thousand people work at CERN.
Société européenne de recherche nucléaire. Société européenne de recherche nucléaire.
Yeah, there's no way I could be able to say that properly.
Société européenne de recherche nucléaire. Société européenne de recherche nucléaire.
Yeah, okay, that thing. Anyway. No, even if Moeka was a rounder, we had nothing to do with CERN anymore. CERN wouldn't be watching us. I took another deep breath, grabbed some of the anxiety meds in my pocket, and swallowed them down with some mineral water I had bought ahead of time. It would take 15 minutes for them to kick in. Those 15 minutes were always pretty rough. I laughed at myself a little and sat down on one of the reception desk's chairs. The table was filled with leaflets, pamphlets, and other things for the attendees. Toot-toot. Oh, Corinne, are things going okay with Mr. Seminar? Yeah, no problem. I see. That's great. I can't wait to see what kind of seminar it will be. Mayushi wishes she could have seen it too. It may be a little too hard for you to follow. Okay, that's a wonderful little emote there. You're right. Okay, I don't want to get in your way. Bye. Oh, okay. Hmm. uh, I like that one. My eyes wandered to one of the pamphlets. Nakabachi Theory and the Genealogy of Pseudoscience. This pamphlet was for Professor Izaki's seminar. Nakabachi Theory, the paper he had announced in Russia. That paper held the key to creating a real time machine. On that day, July 28th, Nakabachi had stolen the paper from Kurisu, his own daughter, and left with it. I knew that. Only Nakabachi and I knew that. I flipped through the pamphlet. It was a brief introduction to the many forms of pseudoscience and fake scientific discoveries that had emerged since the start of the 20th century. On its own, it did make for interesting reading, and at the end of the pamphlet, Nakabachi theory was introduced as nothing more than another entry in that long list of fakes. So Dr. Nakabachi's time machine theory had been completely ignored by the academic world. All the glory, fame, and power he had won so badly that he was willing to get rid of his own daughter. He didn't get any of it, and I had heard rumors that after the announcement he had been imprisoned in a Russian lab. To make it even funnier, he thought he was getting VIP treatment. For a short time, there were essays and interviews in bogus academic journals. Even there, it was obvious it had all gone to his head. The ironic thing was that Nakabachi theory was completely correct and completely revolutionary. The Russian government was worried about it leaking, and the SVR was doing everything it could to keep it under wraps. The Service of the External Reconnaissance of the Russian Federation, aka SVR, Russia's external intelligence agency. Its HQ is in Yasinovo in southern Moscow. After the old Soviet Committee for State Security, KGB, was disbanded, the new SVR was modeled after the KGB's first directorate. There are other intelligence agencies in Russia as well, such as the Main Intelligence Directorate, GRU, and the Federal Security Service, FSB, Each of them has their own territory and specialization. But under the surface, there was a full-scale information war beginning over the paper. The time traveler from 2036, John Titor, had told me so, which meant it had to be true. In November 2000, a man appeared on an American message board claiming to be a time traveler from the year 2036. This became an internet phenomenon that inspired a storm of questions and debate. The man called himself John Titor and published partial pictures of the manual for his time machine, as well as an explanation for how it operated. He also made clear what would happen in the near future, how interfering with the timeline worked, the principles behind the multiverse and parallel worlds, as well as timelines and world lines. And then, 4 months after his appearance, he left a final message saying that he had completed his mission and would be returning to his world. Then he vanished for good. Was World War III really going to happen? There was no point in thinking about it. Just a little more before the drugs kicked in. I closed my eyes. Several hours later, the convention was going well. After Professor Izaki's seminar, most of the students from my university went home, but I killed some time and came back. I wanted to hear the Victor Condria lecture. I headed to the hall with plenty of time to spare and saw Maho Hiyajo coming from the staff room. She was with a very tall foreigner. Was that Alexis Leskinen? It didn't seem like an American name, but maybe he was an immigrant like Kurisu, or at least descended from one. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but the looks on their faces were so serious that I couldn't help but listen. Since they were both speaking in English, I could barely make any of it out, but I could tell from their voices that wasn't a pleasant chat. Wait, did I just hear the word Makise? I hated the fact that I couldn't speak English. If I had known this was going to happen, I would have gone to an English school. The two of them walked into the waiting room for lectures. It was located right next to the UPX theater. I put together the few fragments I was able to understand. Fire at Kurisu's house. Mrs. Makise is alright. Robbery. The police called off the investigation. Why was the FBI there? It doesn't make sense. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, an American police organization, is attached to the Department of Justice and handles crimes that occur on American soil. There are approximately 30,000 people who work for the FBI. When crimes take place involving a wide area and multiple states, the FBI investigates under federal law. I think that's what they were saying. Kurisu's house. Do they mean where she lived in America? Her mother should still live in America. Is that where the fire was? And then words like robbery and the investigation was called off. I really wanted to know more. I stood there and worried until it was time for the lecture to begin. With nothing else to do, I went inside the theater. I could tell earlier by looking at the size of the crowds going inside, but it was a very high energy crowd. The atmosphere was clearly different than Izaki's seminar, which was mostly students there for credit. The place was nearly full with a crowd of scientists and people who wanted to learn about cutting-edge technology. Victor Condria's researchers had published a slate of papers in Science recently and had gotten a lot of media attention. Maybe that was why. Were there any empty seats? I found a single open seat at the edge. I found a single empty seat at the edge, but when I looked at who was sitting next to it, I moaned. You again. Moeka Kiryu was there. She was speaking to no one, just typing endlessly into her phone. I had once named her Shining Finger because of her incredible typing speed, and she was as fast as ever. Who was she talking to? I didn't even want to imagine. I quickly turned away and looked for another seat. Dr. Leskinen reached the podium almost the same instant I sat down. There was a huge wave of applause, but when they saw the tiny little girl come up next to him, the applause faded into confused murmurs. Maho must have expected this. Her expression didn't change in the slightest as she stood next to the professor. In fact, when she took the microphone from the professor and looked around the theater, she looked like she belonged there.
Ladies and gentlemen,
First, Dr. Leskinen began to speak in English. When he made eye contact with Maho, she began to interpret.
thank you for attending
皆
this
さ
seminar.
ん、本日は私のセミナーに集まってくださって感謝します。
I am Alexis Leskinen
ビクトル・
at
コンド
the
リア
Victor
大
Condolia
学
University
脳科学
Neuroscience
研究所の
Laboratory. I
ア
specialize
レ
in
クシス・
brain
レスキ
signal
ネンで
processing
す。
systems and
専門は
artificial
脳
intelligence.
信号処理システムおよび人工知能理論になります。そして私は助手の比谷城真帆です。同じく脳科学研究所で教授の指導に沿って研究をしています。よろしく。
The audience started murmuring again. That was the same way I responded when I met her. Well, that'll happen. Yeah.
Now, without further ado,
では
I'd
早
like to
速ですが、
introduce some of
私たち
our
の
cutting
最
edge
先端研究
research.
の一端をご紹介します。
I know today's theme is
テーマは
revolution in
人
artificial
工知能
intelligence.
革命
But
と
I
しま
think
した
you
が、
will find this
これ
research
からデモ
will
ンストレー
exceed
ション
your
するシステム
wildest
は
expectations.
おそらく皆さんの想像を超えたものではないかと思っています。
Artificial intelligence, often shortened to AI. There have been many different definitions for this word since its creation. For example, some use it to refer to control systems with self-directed learning capability, while others use it to refer to programs whose thought routines mirror a human's. Dr. Leskinen stood in front of the laptop that had been placed on the podium and started to type.
This terminal here is connected to
この
one
パソコン
of
で
the
すが、
supercomputers
研
within
究所のスーパーコンピューターの一つと接続されています。ああ、まだプロジェクターには映さないで。
One of the staffers was about to display the laptop screen on the front projector. Some kind of important program must have been booting up because Maho Hiyajo stopped them.
Sorry, this is all
すみ
still
ま
in
せん、
development.
まだ開発
We
途中
haven't
なんで
had
す。
time to develop much of
非
UI.
常に美的センスのないプログラムが画面いっぱいに溢れ返っています。
Honestly, I'm
こ
a
んな
little
チープな
embarrassed
プログ
by
ラムを
all
見ら
this
れるのは
computer
恥ず
data.
かしい。
I almost feel
裸を
like
見られるようにも
I'm
ね。
Any engineers out there?
この中にエンジニアの方がいるなら理解していただけますよね。
Some of the audience got the professor's joke and laughed.
Anyway, while this finishes
起
setting
動
up,
するまでの間、
I'll give you a quick
この
overview
シス
of
テム
our
全
system.
体の概略を説明しましょう。
There was another projector in the center of the stage. A diagram appeared on its screen, and at the top of the diagram was a Japanese translation for the general audience. An analysis of neural pulse signals relating to memories stored in the temporal lobe. Nerve pulse, an electrical signal that travels through a human's nerve cells. It's used to quickly spread information between cells. Temporal cortex, a part of the cerebrum located at the side of the brain. It contains memory, judgment, emotional restraint, hearing, and more. It's also used for accessing the hippocampus, which is on the edge of the cerebrum. I knew that title well. In fact, I was sure I could never forget it. It was the title of an essay written by a 17-year-old genius and published in Science. She had completely analyzed the nerve impulse patterns that govern human memory and used that to digitize the memories themselves into data. And she had used that to invent the time loop machine right in front of my eyes. Though none of that actually happened anymore.
We've actually been featured in a
サ
few
イエンス
journals
誌に
recently,
掲載されたので
so some of you
ご存
may
知の方
already
も
be
いるでしょ
familiar
う。
with the project. It was proposed by a very talented
これは
Japanese member of our team.
私たちのチームにいた天才的な日本人研究者によって提唱され完成されたものです。
Human memories are stored
人
in
間の記
several
憶は
cortex,
大
particularly
脳
in
皮
the
質、
temporal lobe,
とりわ
a
け
little like fresh
側
memory.
頭葉に記録されます。いわゆるフラッシュメモリみたいなもの。
Cerebral cortex, the gray-colored external layer of the human brain, is only a few millimeters thick but consists of over 10 billion neurons and countless layers. The central core governing sensation, movement, and mental activity. Different parts handle different functions.
The part of the temporal lobe
そのメモリに記憶を書き込んだり読み出したりするのが側頭葉にある海馬傍回という部位になります。
Hippocampal gyrus. The hippocampal gyrus is found on the outside edge of the hippocampus. It is the part of the brain that controls memories and spatial recognition. It is responsible for spatial processing, as well as the sensation of being familiar with a situation or place. It plays an important role in memory encoding and retrieval. Dr. Leskinen pointed to the diagrams of the brain and hippocampus on the screen.
The brain works by transmitting
脳は
electrical signals between
ニューロン
cells
と呼ばれる
called
細
neurons.
胞の間を電気信号が伝わっていくことで働いています。
Neuron, also referred to as nerve cells, cells specialized for information processing. Electrical pulses flow through these cells to share various types of information, making them a form of transmission mechanism.
What we call memories are
記
just
憶
those
というのも
electrical signals
実
and
は
they are
こう
controlled
い
by
った
the
電気信
particle
号の
controllers.
伝わりの一つなのです。その働きを制御しているのが海馬傍回と言ってもいいでしょう。
In other words,
つまり
electrical signals passing
電
through
気
the
信号
particle
が
controllers
海馬
is
傍回を
what
出
creates
入りす
memories.
ることで記憶は作られていくんですね。
That was a foundation for
そこで
Chris Marquez.
マキセ・クリスはこの論文を書いた日本人研究者です。
And excuse me, I mean, Ms. Makise, one of our
マキセ
research
研
assistants.
究員は考えました。
You see here, electrical signals, signal patterns. The
海馬
cerebral
傍
cortex.
回を通る電気信号が電気信号のパターンと大脳皮質の
Maho started to have trouble with her interpreting. She was getting confused. No matter how good you were with languages, interpreting for a long period of time had to be difficult. I had once read an article on the internet that said even a professional can't do it for more than 20 minutes. International conferences and live broadcasts from overseas were actually handled by a team of people switching off. Or maybe, was she having trouble because Kurisu's name came up? Dr. Leskinen saw she was having trouble and cut himself off.
すみません。
Ms. Makise, focus on the patterns
マキセ
entering
研
and
究
exiting
員は
the parahippocampal
海
cortex.
馬傍回を出入りする電気信号のパターンに着目しました。
By analyzing those patterns,
そのパ
she
タ
was
ーンが
able to gather data on
大
which
脳
memories
皮
in the
質の
cerebral
ど
cortex
の記
they
憶と
corresponded
対
to.
応しているのか解析を行って完全なデータを得たのです。
This data allows her to
こ
take
れ
the
によって
analog memory signals
記憶と
and
いう曖昧でアナログなものを
convert them into a digital combination of
電気
electrical
信号
signal
の
patterns
パターン
which
の
form the
組み
basis
合わ
of
せ
this
という
theory.
デジタルなものに変換する基礎理論が確立されたのです。
Ms. Makise published her
これ
research
が
in several journals.
サイエンス誌に掲載された彼女の論文です。 そして現在私たちのチームはその理論をもとに人間の記憶をデジタルデータとして取得するシステムを開発しています。
A wave of whispers swept across the theater.
それはすなわち人間の記憶をコンピューターに保存し、それを活用するシステムということになります。
The whispers turned into a low roar. I see. So even after her death, Kurisu's research was being carried on. Of course, maybe it was natural that it would be. That was the basic theory for time leaping, which I had proved myself, even if I could never prove it to anyone else in the Alpha World line. My memories had been turned into data and stored on a computer. There was no doubt about that. And what Dr. Leskinen was talking about right now was the basic technology required for that process.
現在私たちが行っているプロジェクトは主に2つです。1つは医療分野への応用です。
The slide on the projector changed.
こちらは精神生理学研究所と共同で行っているプロジェクトです。コンピューターに保存した記憶データを海馬傍回を通して再び元の脳に書き戻すというもので、
Incredible!
Someone who looked like a grad student in the front row shouted. Dr. Liskinen didn't seem particularly put off by the interruption. Maho continued her interpretation.
信じがたいですか。その気持ちは理解できます。私も皆さんの立場であればそう言ったでしょう。しかし、この研究に私たちは手応えを感じています。これが実用化できればどんなに素晴らしいことでしょう。例えば、老化による記憶障害、あとはアルツハイマーなど、そうしたものへの対処療法が期待できます。
Symptomatic therapy, treatment intended not to cure the cause of disease, but to alleviate its symptoms and relieve pain. Painkillers and fever reducers are examples of symptomatic therapy.
患者の記憶をデータとして自動的にバックアップしていくのです。記憶が失われたとしても、その都度 PC にアクセスし、脳内にデータを再インストールすることが可能です。それによって忘却の進行を食い止められるのではないか、私たちはそう考えています。最終的には海馬傍回から PC 内の記憶データに常時アクセスできるようになるでしょう。そうすれば脳機能が失われた状態、例えば脳が激しく損傷したり萎縮してしまった場合などですが、そのような状態でも変わらず脳機能を維持できます。あたかも外部ストレージと同じように。
External storage, a data storage unit that can be detached from a computer or cell phone or other electronic device. Some examples include hard drives and flash memory. A strange feeling gripped the hall. Part of it was shock and the feeling that they were witnessing the announcement of an incredible technology. Part of it was skepticism that a system like this could ever actually work. Part of it was revulsion at the idea of playing around with a human brain like that. And excitement born of all these things passed from one member of the crowd to another. Dr. Leskinen raised his hand to encourage questions.
どうやら2つ目のプロジェクトをお話しする前に質問を受け付けないといけないようですね。できる範囲でお答えします。どうぞ。
Many hands were raised. I could tell that there was a wide age range of people interested. Both young and old were raising their hands. Dr. Leskinen pointed to a questioner. This was the first question. Sampling would be required when digitizing analog memories. Does that mean any information would be lost? Sampling, the act of taking data at regular intervals. The professor nodded as he listened to the question in Japanese and began to respond in English when the speaker finished. Maybe he was able to understand Japanese, if not speak it.
その質問を言い換えると、オーケストラの生演奏を WAV のデータに保存する際、生演奏のすべてを完璧に記録することはできないと。確かにその懸念はあります。現在の研究で最も困難な問題の一つです。脳内のネットワークが神経伝達物質のオンオフだけで、つまり二進数的にデータのやり取りをしているのであれば簡単な問題でした。それはデジタルデータと同じことだからです。しかし実際には伝達物質や電気信号は脳内でアナログ的に変化することが分かっています。この問題に関しては今のところより高いサンプリングレートでデータをサンプルする方法しか手段を持っていません。音楽の話で言えば 44.1kHz よりも 48kHz、 48kHz よりも 96kHz でサンプリングするといった具合です。それによってデジタルでありながらアナログデータに近い情報を得ようとしています。
Little by little, the mood in the room was turning to disappointment. People were beginning to wonder if this was just a pretty theory that wouldn't work in reality. More questions came. All the questioners were skeptical of the professor's theory, and many of them seemed to be outright challenging him. I started to get upset. This was Dr. Leskinen's research, but it was also Kurisu's. I knew better than anyone that it worked, and the sight of so many people refusing to give it a chance infuriated me. Were these people really scientists? I tried to keep myself under control and looked back towards the podium. Was she mad? She certainly looked disappointed. Dr. Leskinen was very polite with the rude questioners, acknowledging the problems with theory. She was very different. Her anger was starting to seep into her interpreting too. I felt a kind of kinship with her. The question and answer session continued.
そもそもこれは医学的に無謀でしょう。デジタルデータを脳に書き戻すなんて絶対に不可能だ。正気の沙汰ではない。サイエンス誌に掲載されたあの論文も読みましたが、にわかには信じられない。ましてや筆頭著者が若干17歳の女性だったとあっては。
That was the one thing I couldn't ignore.
あなたね。
意義あり。
あ、
The two people on the stage and the entire audience all turned toward me at once.
やってみもしないで何がわかるって言うんだ。最初は無理だと思われてた技術なんてこの世にいくらでもあるじゃないか。でもそれを克服した研究者がいたからこそ今があるんだろう。ただ批判するだけじゃ何も生まれない。
The whole theater went silent, but I didn't regret standing up.
あなた。
On the stage, Maho Hiyajo was staring at me in shock. As for Dr. Leskinen, I saw a flash of white teeth as our eyes met.
Welcome. He's really something.
He started to applaud. Well, why was he applauding? That just makes things embarrassing.
素晴らしい。彼はなかなか大したやつだ。ですって。
Maho translated the professor's words for me to hear.
Nonetheless, a scientist
た
must
だし
always remain composed.
科学者たるもの常に冷静でなければいけない。
The only time when it is
大
possible
声で
to
怒鳴って
shout
いい
is
のは
when your
実験
experiment
が
is a
成功
success
した
and you
時
say,
の
"We did it."
We did it.
That's supposed to be Eureka, not we did it, Baka.
And that should be enough.
それだけで十分だそうですよ。
すみません。
I lowered my head and sat down. I had thought I was calm, but I guess I'd let my emotions get away from me. I hadn't grown up at all in the past 6 months. If Kurisu was here, she would make fun of me again. I could feel the rest of the audience staring at me coldly. It hurt. If I could have left, I would have wanted to, but I was too interested in hearing the rest of Dr. Leskinen's talk to move.
And anyway, moving on.
それでは皆さん、そろそろ次に。
Oh, first, a round of
で
applause,
も
please, for
そ
our
の
great
前
friend.
に勇敢な彼に拍手をお願いします。
Oh no. Please, no.
Men like him are what
彼
drives
のような
scientific
挑
progress
戦者こそが
and inept,
科学を
for
進歩させ
remarkable salaries.
あっと驚くような理論を作り上げるのです。
He may even become the third
彼なら
Einstein.
きっと第3のアインシュタインになれるかもしれませんね。
Albert Einstein, 1879 to 1955. A German Jew known as the father of modern physics, he developed many important theories, including the theory of general relativity and theory of special relativity, winner of the 1921 Nobel Prize in Physics.
The second Einstein, of course,
ち
would
な
be
み
my
に
slightly
第
Russian
2のアイン
assistant
シュ
here.
タインはここにいるちょっと小うるさい私の助手。変なこと言うのはやめてください、教授。
The audience chuckled. Sheesh.
さて、ここで私はしばらく通訳をお休みさせていただきます。これから私よりも優秀な通訳が登場します。これが私たちのチームが今最も力を入れている2つ目のプロジェクト。アマデウスシステムです。
When she finished speaking, Maho walked to the back of the stage. At Dr. Leskinen's signal, the PC screen was displayed on the projector. And then I heard a voice.
皆さん、初めてお目にかかります。
The murmuring got louder than before, but it felt more uncertain than surprised. On the screen, I could see a detailed 3D model of Maho, the girl who had just been
ち
interpreting.
なみにこれは映画などで有名なドリンクワークススタジオに作成してもらったモデルです。
DrinkWorks Studios, an American CG movie production company. I'm guessing that's supposed to be a parody of DreamWorks. Maho Hyojo chimed in from the back of the stage.
声については私のボイスサンプルをデータベースにして日本の山名が作ってくれました。
Yamana, an instrument maker that was founded in the 19th century. In the 2000s, they began to develop and sell artificial voice software and DTM, desktop music software for PCs. This was CG. It sure looked real to me. The professor said something into the laptop's microphone. And then the 3D model of Maho Hyajo on the screen opened its mouth.
私はヒア城真帆です。正確に言うなら78時間22分前のヒア城真帆から派生した存在ということになります。
If you listen carefully, you might be able to hear something slightly off, but it sounded far more human than any artificial voice I had ever heard.
先ほどから皆さんの質問を聞かせていただいていました。教授はどうして私を早く紹介しないのかと、とてももどかしく思っていましたよ。以前から感じていましたが、どうも教授は人が悪いようですね。まったくだわ。
The Maho Hyajo on the screen spoke with a slightly irritated expression, and the Maho Hyajo by the wall nodded in agreement. Dr. Leskinen simply smiled. What was going on here? What part of this was their biggest project? The rest of the audience didn't seem to have any more of a clue than I did.
皆さんの多くは疑問に思っています。人間の記憶をデータとして取り出したり、それを保存したり、さらにはそのデータを活用したり、そんなことが本当に可能なのかと。それでは私は一体何でしょうか。私は78時間23分前のヒア城真帆の脳内から取り出された記憶を持ち、そのデータをベースにして動いているのです。
What did she just say? The professor said something else in rapid English and asked Maho on the screen to translate it. But she, if she was the right word, hesitated and went silent. I looked at the real Maho, and she was responding it the same way.
教授、今のは。教授、今の発言はセクシャルハラスメントとして大学に訴えてもいいでしょうか。
Dr. Leskinen laughed cheerfully and responded to her. The conversation was in quick English, and over half the audience couldn't understand it. The real Maho sighed and took back the microphone.
教授はですね、私に対して、いえ、私の記憶で動作しているこのアマデウスに対して質問に答えてごらんと言いました。いつ頃までパパとお風呂に入っていたかとか、初恋はいつだったかとか、何でも答えられるだろうと。ああ、もうそれ以上通訳しなくていいわ。恥ずかしいからやめてくれないかしら。私はそういう質問には一切答えないわよ。
The professor said something else, and the Maho on the screen groaned and turned away.
クレジットカードの番号なんてもっと言えません。あと1週間前に着ていたパジャマの色なんて覚えてるわけないです。
What was this? It was so natural I couldn't tell at first, but this was something unbelievable, wasn't it? It felt very different than a typical AI. I could tell that much. It wasn't answering the questions it was given, and because they were embarrassing, was it programmed to respond like that to certain questions for the purposes of this demonstration? It was possible that's all it was, but if that conversation wasn't programmed in advance, the rest of the crowd seemed to reach the same conclusion I did, and the whispers started to turn into surprised murmur.
ねえちょっと、いい加減このいたずらな子供を何とかしてくれないかしら。何をしたいのか理解はできるけど、とにかく恥ずかしいわ。
The copy of Maho was complaining to the original. It felt like I was watching a pair of twin sisters talking.
いたずらな子供ではなく、レスキネン教授が面白がってなかなか説明してくれないので、代わりに私がお話しします。
Maho walked back to the professor.
皆さん、もうお分かりかと思いますが、アマデウスは自分が話していいことと そうでないこと、あるいは話したいことと話したくないことを自ら判断して喋っています。私たちはアマデウスにそういったプログラムを一切施していません。
I knew it.
彼女は与えられた私の記憶からそれを独自に判断し、自律的にそういう行動をとっているのです。
The Maho on screen suddenly took over for her.
そしてこれは先ほどの医療分野への応用とは方向性が真逆になってしまい、研究所内でもずっと議論が交わされていることですが、私は不必要な情報をいつの間にか忘れてしまうというか、記憶の引き出しから出してこられなくなるのです。皆さんと同じようにです。例えば1週間前に着ていたパジャマの色、確かにそれを知っていたはずなのに今は思い出せません。そのような情報は生存していく上で必要がないからです。これも皆さんと同じです。このようにアマデウスは記憶のインプットやアウトプットが人間のそれと非常に近いのです。これは私たちも驚くべき結果として研究を重ねている最中で、まだ詳しくは解明されていません。
As Maho finished up, Dr. Leskinen took the microphone back. She resumed interpreting as he continued the lecture.
However, what really surprised us
さらに
was that Amadeus could
私たちを
display
驚かせたのは、アマデウスが意図して嘘をつくということ。
and not as some sort of bug
何らか
or
の
glitch.
トラブルや
This
ミ
is
スではなく、
purposeful behavior.
わざとそうするのです。
Lying is really just
嘘は
another method of human
人間
communication.
が他人とコミュニケーションを取る上での一つの手法です。
Amadeus examined the memories
アマデウスも
entered and has no
インプットされ
compulsion
た
of
記憶
lying
を
to
自律
serve
的に
itself
検
or
討し、
others if it
必
deemed
要
the
であれば
action necessary.
自分や他人のために平気で嘘をつきます。教授、誤解を招くような言い方はやめてください。嘘をつくのに平気なことなんてありません。私だって両親が咎めます。
I'm so sorry and
Dr. Leskinen cut off. He seemed to be hesitating. Maho didn't seem especially surprised by this. Maybe she knew the reason. But the moment passed, and the professor continued. And Maho translated his words like there was nothing shocking about them at all.
this has led us to some
この
interesting
ような
conclusions.
検証を続けていくことで、最終的に私たちは
For one, we believe it's possible
ア
for
マデウス
Amadeus
に
to eventually
人
possess
間
a
と
mind
同様の
functioning
魂を
identity.
宿すことができるのではないかと考えています。
I was stunned. A soul. Should one of the leading brain scientists in the world really be using a word with such a vague definition?
In other words, true
これこそ
artificial intelligence.
本当の意味での人工知能ということになります。
The whole hall got very quiet, and it was sheer chaos for a while after that, as everyone tried to debate their own personal theories with Dr. Leskinen at once. It was thanks to Izaki that I was able to get into the reception held after the ATF was over. They told me there was a dress code, so I went all the way back to my parents' house to get a suit to change into. At first, all that effort paid off, as Izaki introduced me to some of the country's top researchers. Riken, JAXA, IMSS, Institute of Materials Structure Science, a lab at the High Energy Accelerator Research Organization, KEK, located in Tsukuba, Ibaraki. It primarily works in using electron accelerators to investigate the structure and properties of matter. JAXA, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, the National Aerospace Agency of Japan, an independent administrative agency formed in October 2003 by uniting the Institute of Space and Astronautical Science and National Aerospace Laboratory, and the National Space Development Agency. It primarily does research in space and aeronautical research. Its headquarters is located at the Aerospace Center in Chofu, Tokyo, and it has other space centers and observatories located all through the country, such as Yasuda and Nagano, Tsukuda and Ibaraki, and Sagamihara and Kanagawa. It also has Japan's only two rocket launch pads, located in Uchinora and Tanegashima and Kagoshima. As of March 2010, it employs around 1,500 people. RIKEN, the Institute of Physical and Chemical Research, founded in 1917, is Japan's only general natural sciences institute. Research at RIKEN covers a variety of fields like physics, engineering, chemistry, computational science, biology, and medicine. Its base is located in Waco City, Saitama. There are also labs in Hyogo, Kanagawa, and other locations in Japan. RIKEN also has research centers in America, England, and other countries. But before long, Izaki ran off to suck up to some university professor, and I was left completely abandoned. I can't believe you get to go to a fancy party, die in a fire, Mr. Fancy Pants. You could have helped too, you know. No way. Then don't complain. But I'm jealous you get to go to a party. There's lots of hot rich girls, right? It's mostly guys, I think. Lots of older scientists. Oh, Corinne, hang in there, man. Is that all you ever think about? My own personal target, Dr. Leskinen, was surrounded by a bunch of famous scientists. It didn't feel like a mere student would be welcome. And so all I did was stand around and eat from the buffet by the wall. To be honest, I couldn't tell if the food was any good or not. Whenever my glass got empty, a smiling waiter was always around to fill it up again. And so I found myself thinking more than I intended. My stomach was already so full it hurt. The whole place felt like it was another world.
やっぱりこういうのには向かないわ。
At the same moment I spoke, I heard a girl next to me say the same thing. Surprised, I looked over at her. Our eyes met.
あら、あなた。
What was a middle school girl doing here? And then a moment later I realized it was Maho Higajo. She was wearing the same outfit she had been wearing during the lecture. A lab coat in a place like this. That's just what the old me would have done.
あなたは。
Maho was clearly out of place. Why? Because she was still wearing her lab coat.
なんで白衣なんです？
I couldn't help but ask.
ちゃんとした服も持ってきたつもりだったのよ。
She was sure she had, but she hadn't. And that's why she was standing in the corner, trying not to attract attention.
あなた、昼間受付にいた人ね。
岡部倫太郎です。東京電機大学の学生で、伊崎ゼミで勉強してます。
I handed her one of the business cards that I had thrown together after Izaki told me I needed them. She grabbed one of her own out of a stack and carelessly put it in my hands.
いいわ。無理に丁寧に話さなくても。
That was a huge help.
珍しい名前でしょ、私。
え、ああ、誰も読めないとか言ってたっけ？
I looked at the card and saw that the pronunciation of her name was written in unusually large red letters. That was probably because of how people kept screwing it up.
沖縄ではよくある名字なんだけれどね。
沖縄出身なのか。
曽祖父と曽祖母がね、移民なのよ。私はアメリカ生まれのアメリカ育ち。
ハーフにはあんまり見えないな。クォーター。
外れ。祖父祖母父母すべて日本人よ。DNA は生粋のジャパニーズ。
DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, commonly called genes, is structured like a double helix and consists of 4 bases: adenine, guanine, cytosine, and thymine, all of which are paired off with another one. The nature of these base pairings determines the genetic information of a creature, and the number of bases varies by species. In the case of humans, that number is 3.1. And if I'm remembering right, there are always in specific pairings. It's one always pairs with the other or something like that, if I remember right.
へえ。
And then the conversation stopped. I'm a terrible conversationalist, honestly. The old me would have gone full Chuunipayo mode and started ranting about conspiracies and magic powers, whether the other person cared or not. But you can't really call that a conversation. Chuunipayo, literally 8th grader's disease, this term refers to the slightly unusual actions and speech patterns commonly used by Japanese boys undergoing puberty. It can also be used as a pejorative term toward people who left puberty a long time ago, but still say highly embarrassing things as if they were still kids. Chu-unibayo refers to someone who performs antisocial, misanthropic, or delusional actions, or makes statements in an attempt to make themselves seem like a grown-up. While the speaker may think that they're really cool, from the perspective of an adult, they look ridiculous. Chu-unibayo can be broken down further into categories, one of which is the evil eye. Chu-unibayo, who seems convinced that he has a special anime power or backstory. For example, an evil eye that gives him magical abilities. Strictly speaking, Okarin falls into this category. I had no idea what to say to somebody I had never met before. I had been working at becoming a real adult, even buying and studying men's magazines, but none of it really helped. Without anything to talk about, I looked over to Dr. Leskinen. He seemed to be giving a lecture on neurons to a bunch of scientists.
今日はすまなかったな。
何が？
いや、セミナーの途中で邪魔を。
ああ、あれね。気にすることないわ。あなたが声を上げなかったら、多分私が同じことをしていたから。許せないの、ああいう人。
いいのか、そんなこと言って。教授が言ってたじゃないか。科学者たるもの、常に冷静にって。
今のは科学者としての発言じゃないわ。だから構わないのよ。
It must have really ticked her off because she grabbed a cocktail from the passing waiter and gulped it down. Her cheeks turned a pretty shade of pink for an instant, but no longer. She might have a high alcohol tolerance.
だけど、やっぱり良くないわね。反省する。ああいう批判は、言い方こそ悪いけれど、それでも事実には違いないんだもの。私たちの研究がまだ無謀の域から出ていないと言われれば、確かにその通りよ。
そうなのか。
取り組まなくてはいけない課題が山積みだわ。さっきセミナーで話した以上にね。 例えば記憶データを元の脳に書き戻すことができても、それを脳が利用できなければ何の意味もないの。記憶があっても思い出せない状態、つまり記憶喪失の脳と同じになってしまう。
As Maho spoke, I remembered. I remembered all the lectures and theories that Karisto had given me when she was making the time leap machine.
確か人間が記憶にアクセスしようとするときは前頭葉から側頭葉へ信号が行くんだったよな。
Frontal lobe, a part of the cerebrum located at the front of the brain. It controls thought, will, action, movement, creativity, and more. The frontal lobe can be further divided by location into the prefrontal cortex, motor cortex, and premotor cortex.
ええ、トップダウン記憶検索信号ね。
Top-down memory search signals, nerve signals in the cerebrum that are sent from the frontal lobe to the temporal lobe during memory retrieval.
だったら
And then I started to talk, remembering what Kurisu had told me about her theories as I went. I used specialized terminology whose meanings I barely remembered. Maho would tell me what they were.
で最後に側頭葉に記憶を書き戻す過程で一緒にコピーした疑似パルスを前頭葉の方に送り込めば記憶検索信号はちゃんと働くと思う。
あなたそれを自分で導き出したの？
ああ、いや。
Maho looked back at the business card I had given her.
脳科学専攻じゃないわね。ということは誰かに？それとも論文で？うん、それはないわ。まだ論文にはまとめられてなかったはず。
何かおかしいこと言ったか、俺。
そうじゃなくて、私の後輩がね、全く同じ理論を提唱していたことがあるのよ。どのスタッフもずっと懐疑的だったけど、彼女だけは絶対に証明できるって言い張っていたわ。結局実証試験に進む前に彼女はいなくなっちゃったんだけど。
それは
Should I tell her? Should I tell her about me and Kurisu? In this world line, there's almost no connection between me and Kurisu.
どうしたの？
I made up my mind. If I wanted to follow my dreams, I needed to act.
実はこの理論クリスからレクチャーされた。
え？今なんて？
マキセ・クリスが教えてくれたんだよ。
クリスがあなたに？いつ？どうして？
彼女がこっちに留学してた時だ。友達になってこういう話をよくした。
Of course, that was a lie. Kurisu and I became friends in the Alpha World line, not this one. But a small lie like this was probably okay.
そうだったの。あのクリスが。ありがとう。感謝するわ。
Her words surprised me. That was the one thing I didn't expect to hear.
何が？
彼女と友達になってくれてよ。日本に来てたった一人で勉強していてもきっとつまらなかったと思うから。
口喧嘩ばっかりだったけどな。
あの子らしいわね。絶対に負けを認めなかったでしょ。
ああ、へりくつばっかりこねていた。ロボトミー手術してあんたの前頭葉を書き出してやるぞとかよく言われたし。
Lobotomy, a method of treating mental illness, by performing surgery on the brain. A small hole is opened in the skull, and a long knife is used to remove the frontal lobe. In some cases, this was sufficient to cure the illness, and the inventor was even given the Nobel Prize for his work. However, due to the serious psychological side effects and damage to the personality caused by the loss of the frontal lobe, lobotomies were banned worldwide in the 1970s.
まさかそんなこと。クリスなら言いそうね。
だろ？ちゃんと後輩の教育をしておいてほしかった。
その点に関しては認めるわ。陳謝します。
She smiled, or so I thought, and then all of a sudden she started to cry.
どうした？
I didn't have any better ideas, so I grabbed my handkerchief.
え
She didn't seem to know why she was crying herself, and neither did I. Had I said something during the conversation that set her off?
大丈夫か？
平気よ、ごめんなさい。
She didn't take my handkerchief. Instead, she took a tissue out of her pocket and wiped her eyes.
勇敢なる大佐のアインシュタイン。
え？
I turned around and saw Dr. Leskinen smiling and quickly striding towards me. He grabbed my hand as he got closer. The handshake was incredibly forceful, and his hands were as big as a bear's paws. No, not just his hands. Standing in front of me, he looked even bigger than he had during the lecture. I'm pretty tall, but he was at least a head taller than me.
教授、俺、
It was all so sudden that I couldn't even think of an introduction. And wait, did he just speak in Japanese?
しかし、私の助手を泣かせてしまったのは見過ごせないね。
いや、これは。
違います、教授。私が勝手に。彼は関係ないですから。
Maho and I both denied it as much as we could. But I didn't know why Maho was crying, so I couldn't come up with any excuses. I just started to panic even more.
つまり
クリスです。彼とクリスの話をしていたら、いろいろ感情が溢れてしまって。
クリス？君はクリスの友人？
それは。はい。
岡部倫太郎さん、学生だそうです。
Maho introduced me. Dr. Leskinen had a gentle expression on his face as he gave me a slow hug. I felt like I was going to suffocate in his massive arms. Somehow I could tell that was his way of remembering Kurisu.
そうですか。そういうことなら、魔法。
はい？
ミスター・オカーベに会わせてあげたらどうかな、彼女。
まさかアマデウスを？
ここで彼に出会った偶然、その幸運を大切にしたいじゃないか。日本にいる間、彼にテスターになってもらってもいいよ。
本気ですか？部外者なのにそんないきなり。
クリスの友人ならば部外者ではない。そうだろう？
ですが。
What were they talking about? I had no idea, but this was my chance to build a relationship with Dr. Leskinen. I didn't want to blow it.
俺、ぜひお手伝いしたいです。
ナイス！
He patted me on the shoulders and smiled. It was an innocent smile, like a child's.
じゃあ詳細は真帆に聞いてよろしく。
Another scientist was calling him, so he wandered away. Maho was shaking her head in disbelief.
アマデウスに合わせるとかテスターとか一体何の話なんだ？
コンベンションでやったデモンストレーション。アマデウスは私の記憶を使っていたんだけれど、アマデウスのデータとしてもう一人分研究者の記憶が保存してあるのよ。
Another researcher's memories. What did that mean? When I finally figured it out from Dr. Leskinen and Maho's conversation, my heart started pounding.
まさかあいつなのか？
そう。アマデウスの中にはマキセ・クリスの記憶が保存されているわ。8ヶ月前のクリスだけれどね。
Several days passed after the ATF party. 10 minutes from Ikebukuro via the express train. And then 10 minutes by bus from a station called Waco City in Saitama. The office I was looking for was on the second floor of a building right next to Riken. Global Brain Science Comprehensive Research Organization, Japanese Office Prep Room. That was what was on the plate at the door. Brain dead. To get in, you need 3 types of special keys plus a security
こ
card.
こは
各国の脳科学研究者が連携をして新しい機構を作る予定なの。私たちの研究所が主導してね。
She led me inside. The office must have been newly rented. Most of the desks were still empty, showing no signs of ever having been used. The mysterious Suketos have at last appeared in Akihabara. There wasn't even a whiteboard, which made the room look even more empty. There wasn't a lot of natural light. Maybe the windows were on the north side. The only illumination was from the overhead fluorescent lights. The room felt very cold. No one was sitting at any of the desks, but 2 of them had stuff on them. One of them was a mess, filled with notes, calculators, coffee cups, and a supplement bottles. That was the one Maho sat down at, which meant the one that was neatly organized must belong to Dr. Leskinen, right?
教授は
今日はオフ。
Well, it was Sunday.
君も？
ええ。そうじゃなかったら昼過ぎまで寝ていられるわけないでしょ。
That's true. When I had gone to pick her up from her hotel in Waco City, she had come out of the room half asleep. This was the day that I was to meet Amadeus Kurisu. Maho had gone over the basics of being a tester on the way here. Essentially, Amadeus needed sample data for conversations, and they were going to give me an environment where I could talk to it anytime, 24 hours a day. She didn't give me any details beyond that, though. so I'll be able to talk to Amadeus Kurisu 24 hours a day.
あいつはクリスのアマデウスはここにいるのか？
ええ、
Maho nodded and gave me a glance.
あいつと呼んだわよね、今。
ああ、
私が思っているよりもずっと親しかったのね、あなたたち。
Maybe my silence was an answer in itself. Maho's response was uncharacteristically hesitant. Bukako, Okabe, may I have a moment of your time? Wait a second. I just noticed something. Oh, I can choose multiple options here as well. Is it important? No, it's not that important. Can it wait then? Alright, I'll contact you later. Sorry. No, please don't worry about it.
だとしたら会うのはやめた方がいいかもしれないわよ。
どうしてだ？
相手が親しい人であればあるほどあのシステムは残酷だと思うから。
大丈夫だ。
わかった、もう言わない。その代わり一つ覚えておいて。ロードする記憶はクリスが最後に更新をした3月のデータをベースにしたものよ。だから3月以降、例えば彼女が日本に留学していた時のことを聞いても全く通じない。
That's right, isn't it?
それに3月から今日までの間に私や教授が何度も起動してしまっているから、その度にクリスは、アマデウスの方のクリスね。彼女は元のクリスとは違う記憶を蓄積しているわ。私たちが聞かせた話、ネットで検索した情報、新しく会話を交わした人たち、そういったものをね。つまりこれから会うのはあなたの友人だったマキセ・クリスではないということ。このシステムの問題点の一つなんだけれど、往々にしてこちら側、つまり人間の方が混乱してしまうのよ。まるで本当のクリスと今この瞬間にチャットでもしているような錯覚に陥るから。
So don't get reality and fantasy mixed up, I guess.
共有できていない記憶の齟齬に関してこちらの脳がついていけなくなってしまうのね。
Memories that aren't shared. Now there's a feeling I know well. Reading Steiner. It was a power only I possessed, which made my memories different than those of the people around me.
案内してくれ。
Maho gave me a slight nod.
こっちよ。
She led me to the back of the room. There was a booth separated by a thick partition. To get inside the booth, you needed a different card key than the one used to get into the room, as well as a security
随
code.
分厳重なんだな。
今の時代、産業スパイが一番恐ろしいの。
She entered the security code and unlocked the door.
どうぞ。
The room was about 2.5 meters per side. At one end was a white desk, and above it was a PC with a built-in 30-inch screen monitor.
少しだけ後ろに座っていて。
There was a small sofa that let you sit behind the user and see what was happening on the screen. I sat there. Maho powered on the PC and began to type. A second later, the words Amadeus system appeared on screen. I saw her put the ID in. Salieri. Antonio Salieri, 1750 to 1825. An Italian composer who lived in the same time as Mozart. He was court composer at Vienna for many years and trained such famous composers as Beethoven, Schubert, and Liszt. Salieri and Amadeus, huh? Amadeus is Latin for beloved of the god and middle name of the Austrian composer Mozart. There's also a play and movie about Mozart of the same name. Was there some meaning to that? Come to think of it, the famous movie Amadeus, there was a character who was spiteful and jealous of Mozart's incredible talents, but who, in the bottom of his heart, admired him more than anyone else. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, 1765 to 1791, an Austrian composer. Along with Haydn and Beethoven, he is one of the most famous classical composers. He began to write songs at the age of 5 and left us over 600 masterpieces. In the modern era, he is often referred to as a genius, and there are many stories about him. That character's name was Salieri.
パスワードは見ないで。
Maho moved her body to hide her hands. I looked away. She finished logging into the system, and a simple bare command prompt appeared on screen.
準備はいい？
ああ、頼む。
Maho entered several commands at the prompt.
ごめんなさい。ここはちょっと見せられないの。
まあ、俺が見たところでさっぱりだけどな。
でも一応ね。
She turned off the monitor. Then she spun around to face me. I suddenly realized I was clenching my fists. How long had I been doing that? My hands were sweaty, and there was a red spot at the base of my thumb where my nails had dug in. Was I more nervous than I realized?
どうしたの？
あいや、今になってちょっとおじけづいてきた。
まだ間に合うわよ。今すぐここから出ていけばいいわ。
意地が悪いな。
そう？あなたのこと心配してあげてるのに。
だったらもう少しそれらしい言い方をした方がいい。クリスといい、君といい、実験大好きっ子は。
For a second, the old, joking me was about to come back. I quickly changed the subject.
実験ばかりに明け暮れているやつは可愛げがない。
今の発言は明らかに誹謗中傷ね。侮辱罪で訴えてあげてもいいわ。
やめてくれ、恐ろしい。
いい弁護士を知っているから紹介してあげましょうか。
その前に告訴を取り下げてくれ。
示談に持ち込もうというのなら、それ相応の金額は覚悟することね。
後で毒ペンをおごるから。
Dr. P, the abbreviation for a type of carbonated beverage first served in America during the 1800s. At present, it's only available in eastern Japan and some other small areas. It has a very unique taste, and its secret recipe is a combination of over 20 flavors.
安い。
I heard a small sound from the back of her throat. I guess she was laughing. Normally, I would find that irritating, but strangely, coming from the girl in front of me. No, she was a grown woman, actually. I didn't. Maho Hiyajo was very strong-willed, with the prickliness and short temper unique to scientists. She always seemed to be a little upset about something, but maybe she wasn't that bad. Oh, I see. She, Maho, she's a lot like Kurisu. When I first met Kurisu, she was like that. Arrogant, rude, never willing to change her mind, stubborn, hard-headed, and always ready to confront you with raised eyebrows whenever you said something she didn't like. I truly thought I had never seen a more unlikable woman. But despite my first impression, on the inside she turned out to be fragile, easily hurt, and so kind and so lovable.
何がおかしいんです先輩。
I suddenly heard a girl's voice from the speaker. I found myself jumping off the sofa. I knew this voice. I couldn't forget it. I could never. Maho turned on the monitor. The girl I had never forgotten appeared on the screen. Maybe it was based off her appearance at the brain science lab, because she was wearing a white lab coat. The PC's camera turned toward me on its own.
先輩、そちらの方は。
Maho was introducing me, but I didn't hear anything she was saying. I simply stared, entranced. I wanted to reach out my hands. I wanted to touch her. She was right there.
岡部倫太郎さん。はじめまして、牧瀬クリスです。どうぞよろしく。
さあ岡部さん、リラックスしてください。あなたは私の声を架け橋として過去へと降りていきます。どんどんどんどん降りていって、やがて柔らかい色をした光が見えてきます。
I was dreaming, daydreaming. I was aware that I was lying on a big sofa, undergoing counseling. I tried my best to stay calm and imagine what the psychologist was telling me.
その光は何色に見えますか？ 赤。
赤ですか。なるほど。その光の中にあなたの大切な人が立っています。その人はあなたの家族でしょうか。
いや、
では友人、それとも恋人？
恋人。いや、恋人じゃない。友人ですらない。
ではどういう？
俺とあいつは。
Memories came flooding back into my mind like a geyser.
ちょっと来てくれませんか？椎名真由里は必要ない。話して。あんたがタイムリープしたのは分かってる。真由里を助けて。ベータ世界線へ行きなさい。真由里が死なない世界へ。それがあんたのためでもあるし、私のためでもある。岡部は私のこと覚えててくれる？ねえ、私死ぬのかな。死にたくないよ。
岡部さん。
俺が刺した。俺が
いいですか？私があなたの肩を叩きます。それを合図に意識がはっきりしてきますから。3、2、1、はい。
There was a loud sound, and I felt an impact on my shoulders. Kurisu's suffering face disappeared instantly, and I could feel my consciousness awakening. I stood up off the sofa. I felt dizzy and almost fell over.
大丈夫ですか？少し休んでいてください。今、タオルを持ってきますから。
The psychologist left the room. I realized I was soaking in sweat. The air conditioner was working, so I could tell it wasn't from the heat. It was the first time I had tried hypnotherapy at a mental health clinic. Hypnotherapy, a method of therapy where the patient is placed in a hypnotic state and the therapist acts directly on their subconscious mind to remove the psychological traumas that lead to mental illness. In Japan, there is no government certification system for hypnotherapy, but therapeutic associations do offer their own certifications. Certified hypnotherapists are sometimes called hypnosis technicians. My body felt strangely heavy. When I got outside, it was night. It was almost December, and the wind was cold.
どうだった？オカリン。
Mayuri Shiina asked me gently. Mayuri was a high school student and my childhood friend. She would come with me to counseling today. I told her I didn't need her to, but she had left school early to come. All I ever did was make her worry. Around 3 months ago, my one obsession had been saving her. To me, she had always been someone I had to protect. And now she was worried about me. It was only because of Mayuri's recommendation that I had tried counseling.
まあ大したことないってさ。
I told her a small lie to make her feel better. Actually, they had told me I had suffered serious trauma. They had stopped the hypnotherapy and given me a course of counseling and drugs. Now they wanted to wait to see the results. Basically, they had decided there was nothing to do but to treat my symptoms and wait for it to heal naturally. I couldn't tell if what Maho had shown me yesterday was having an effect. I underwent treatment without telling the psychologist about the time machine, or the world lines, or most of the things that had happened. So maybe there was no way for them to make a proper diagnosis. In any event, I decided not to think too much about the results.
なあマユリ、夕飯これからだろ。何か食べに行くか。おごるぞ。
ああ、それなら秋葉原に行ってもいいかな。ルカ君とフェリスちゃんがね、久々にオカリンに会いたいって。
Akihabara. The clinic was in walking distance of my house. Akihabara was much further away, but even so, I couldn't turn down my Yuri's request. Until the events of this summer, I had gone there almost every day. In fact, I had practically lived there. Lately, I only went 3 times a week, at the absolute most, and then only to go shopping on the way home from school. We went out into the plaza in front of the station. Just like in Ikebukuro, even though it was only a month until Christmas, there were barely any decorations. I was sure the whole place would be covered in them the minute it was December 1st. Eventually, I was sure to see maids in Santa outfits.
秋葉原でチラシを配るサンタ服を着たメイドか。
Akihabara could be really weird.
ああ、フェリスちゃんとルカ君だ。てってるー。ふにゃー、今日も岡部さん、まゆりちゃん。
Ferris and Luca must have been waiting. They ran over as soon as they saw us.
会いたかったにゃー。
Ferris jumped at me without the slightest hesitation. She was a maid, and Ferris wasn't her real name. I knew her real name, but if I didn't call her Ferris at all times, even when she wasn't working, she would get mad at me. She was wearing the same outfit she always wore, her work clothes from her job at the maid cafe, May Queen. Was May Queen going to switch to Santa outfits soon?
やめろよ。みんな見てるだろ。
I tried to pull Ferris off me, but it wasn't working. Maybe I should just steal the cat ears off her head.
いいじゃないかにゃ。今日まとフェイリスの中だにゃ。
よくない。あと京馬っていうのもやめてくれって。
なんで？
あの名前は黒歴史だからだ。
Dark past. An embarrassing part of your history that you would rather not talk about and that you wish was forgotten. Its origin can be found in a certain famous giant robot anime.
ふにゃー。
Ferris looked upset, but I decided to ignore her. Kyoma Hoenn was part of a past I had sealed away. I had decided to pretend he never existed. He had meddled with the forbidden invention called the Time Machine, and as a result, the systems that ruled the world had punished him. He had dashed the hopes of many, lost the life of someone he cared for, and his heart had suffered grievous wounds. He must never be awakened again. I didn't need him anymore.
じゃあ、なんて呼べばいいのかにゃ。
そりゃ岡部とか。
オカリンって呼ぶのが可愛くていいんじゃないかな。ねえフェリスちゃん。
By the way, Ferris was what Mayuri called Ferris. She claimed it was easier to pronounce or something like that.
マユシーが言うならこれからそう呼ぶにゃ。なんだか違和感あるけど。
She looked unsatisfied, but she backed away.
ルカ子も久しぶりだな。
はい。
Lukaku smiled happily. He always looks as beautiful as a pretty girl. But he's a guy. He was a classmate of Mayuri's and could often be seen helping at the Yanabayashi shrine, where his family lived. A shrine in Akihabara. Cross Manseibashi Bridge and then go down the side street. Then you go under the bridge there and you'll see it along the river. Home to many stray cats, as well as Luka Urushibara. I probably shouldn't call him Lukaku. Just like I told Ferris not to call him Kyoma. He had his own name, Luka Urushibara. But calling Lukaku Luka after all this time, that would be really embarrassing.
なんだかとても懐かしいような気がします。僕、時々ラボに顔を出すんですけど、岡部さん、最近あんまり来ていませんよね。
ああ、大学のゼミが忙しいんだ。ATF の準備もあったしな。
Even after that was done, I had been busy with Maho and Dr. Leskinen, and then Amadeus. I hadn't had a chance to rest. But I avoided mentioning that to them.
あと、サークル活動もしてるしな。
サークルに入ったんですか？何のサークルかにゃ？やっぱり UFO とか UMA とか。
UMA, Unidentified Mysterious Animal, a creature whose existence has not been confirmed by science. Examples include the Loch Ness Monster, the Yeti, or the Japanese Kappa and Tsuchi Noko. The word UMA itself was invented by the Japanese, and no one outside of Japan will recognize it. UFO, Unidentified Flying Object, usually used to refer to spacecraft piloted by aliens. This term actually describes any kind of flying object whose nature is unknown. Who do you guys think I am? I guess I hadn't told them then. Mayuri, I'm pretty sure I told her. As the two of them looked at me with wide eyes, I cracked a knowing smile and puffed out my chest.
テニスサークルだ。
The people around us all turned to stare at Ferris and Luka.
なんでテニスサークルなのかにゃ？岡部さん、今までテニスなんてやってましたっけ？
初心者に決まっているだろう。
I may not look it, but I'm terrible at sports. I'm confident I would lose to Mayuri at distance running.
じゃあにゃんで？
話せば長くなるんだが、大学のゼミの准教授がテニスサークルの顧問なんだ。それで勧誘された。
一つも長くないにゃ。
やっぱ聞けって。相手は一応世話になってる人だし、サークルに顔を出してみたんだ。
ふーん。
そうしたら、なんと俺にはテニスの才能があるらしくてな。初心者にもかかわらず会員相手に連戦連勝だったんだ。どうだ、大したもんだろ。
はあ、岡部さんってやっぱりすごいです。
こんなことならプロテニスプレイヤーを目指しておけばよかったかな。
目指せウィンブルドンだね。
どうしたフェイリス？ 頭でも痛いのか？
どこからどう突っ込めばいいのやら。どう考えてもサークルの会員数を増やすための罠じゃないかにゃ。
いや、はっきり言うなよ。俺もうすうすそうじゃないかと思ってたけど、考えないようにしてるんだから。でもみんないい人ばっかりなんだぞ。
じゃあサークルの練習が忙しいんですね。
いや、練習はあんまりしてないかな。
はい。じゃあ一体何してるにゃ？
合コンとか。
Their shouts filled the whole street, and once again people turned around to stare.
そんなに驚くことないだろう。俺だって普通の大学生なんだから。
そうですよね。すみません。でも、
Luca was fidgeting like he wanted to say something.
フェイリスというものがありながら他の女の子たちと楽しく合コン。許せないにゃ。
勘違いするなよ。俺は女の子なんか別に。
In fact, I went along with the rest of the club, but there really wasn't any place for one to be normal like myself. Normal. People who live satisfying and fulfilled normal lives. Examples are people with lots of friends, or people with girlfriends, or people who spend a lot of time at their school clubs, or who go to parties, or who aren't interested in anime, or who go outside Japan during summer break. There was no way I could keep up with the conversations that the, well, normal normies had. While the other men and women were having fun, I would just kind of sit there. A matchmaking party was a challenge far beyond my capabilities. I wasn't going to tell Ferris and Luca that, though.
いいなぁ。マユシーもオカリンと合コンしたいのです。
何？
Mayuri wanted to do what? Is she old enough to be interested in that sort of thing?
だってみんなで楽しくパーティーするんでしょ。
Evidently not.
間違ってはいないけど、なんだか微妙にニュアンスが違う気がするにゃ。場所はラボでいいかな。ルカ君とフェリスちゃんはもちろん参加ね。あとダル君やナエちゃんやスズさんも。
Mayuri turned to me with a guilty look. Suzuha, huh? Suzuha Amane, also known as John Titor, a time traveler from the year 2036. A true warrior who was still fighting even as I was trying my best to give up. I had barely seen her since summer. I was avoiding her. Part of the reason I had stopped going to the lab was that she spent all her time there now. Until a month or so ago, just hearing Suzuha's name was enough to cause flashbacks, and it was all I could do to endure them. Flashback, a symptom of post-traumatic stress disorder. Patients who've undergone extreme trauma can suddenly, without warning, find themselves reliving the memories of those experiences. Flashbacks can cause symptoms like palpitations and shaking hands and feet. After 3 months, I could finally stand to hear her name. But I didn't think I could keep it together if I met her in person. Of course, it wasn't her fault, and I wasn't blaming her, so I didn't want her to blame me. She had never come out and said it, but when she looked at me with that razor-sharp glint in her eyes, I felt something like guilt.
あ、あのね、みんな。マユシーね、ダルくんと一緒に考えてるオペレーションがあるんだ。オペレーション？
It sounds like something the old me would have done.
っていうと、どんな作戦かにゃ？ね、
Stream elements.
すずさんを笑顔にしよう大作
Stay
戦。
moist, my friends. Hydrate.
Why was Mayuri talking about this out of the blue? No, maybe it wasn't out of the blue. She might have been thinking about it for a long time. So I decided to respond as cheerfully as I
聞
could.
かせてくれよ、まゆり。
ね、マユシーは思うんだ。すずさんって普段は怖いけど本当はすっごく優しい人なんじゃないかなって。ラボにいる時にね、マユシーがソファーでうとうとしちゃうといつの間にかタオルケットがかかってたりするの。すずさんに聞いてもそんなの知らないとしか言わないんだけど。あ、僕もそういうことありました。以前お父さんに買い物を頼まれて、その帰りに荷物が重くて困っていたんです。そうしたら天音さんが通りかかって何も言わずに持ってくださったんですよ。
へえ、初耳だな。
こんなこと当たり前だから誰にも言うなって。あ、言っちゃいましたけど。
そっか。
In the Alpha World line, she was a cheerful girl who smiled at everyone and who loved to go mountain biking. But in this world line, she wasn't the type who smiled a lot. That was partially due to the way she had grown up. I had heard about it.
オカリンも参加してくれる？
そうだな。
ダメかな。
俺はともかく鈴葉が嫌がるんじゃないか。
I was never going back to the past. I still couldn't forget the look on Suzuha's face when I told her that. It was an expression filled with anger and despair. She must have felt like her last most desperate hope was crumbling away right in front of her eyes. The words she had said to me then were still sharp thorns lodged in my heart.
鈴葉は俺を嫌ってるし。
マユシーはそうは思わないよ。すずさんはね、オカリンを怒っちゃったこと後悔してるんじゃないかな。その気持ちを素直に言えないんだと思うのです。
そうだろうか。
うん、きっとそうだよ。
I couldn't turn her down after Mayuri said that.
わかった。少し考えてみるよ。
ところで岡部さん。
There was a bit of hesitation in Luca's voice.
診察はどうでしたか？
Evidently, Luca had heard about my counseling from Yuri. Maybe he had wanted to see me because he was worried about how it went. I guess I'm making Lukaku and Ferris worry too. In this world line, they hadn't joined the lab, but even so, they were still dear friends. Lab members. This term refers to official members of the Future Gadget Laboratory, and anyone who's been given this designation has free access to the lab. Lab members are given numbers in the order that they join.
催眠療法というのは初体験だったが、なかなか興味深かったな。俺は今まで催眠術なんかにはかからないと思ってたよ。驚いた。
かかっちゃったんですか？
見事にな。
そういうルカニャンも催眠術とかすぐにかかりそうだにゃ。そんな。
確かに速攻でやられるだろうな。
Luca would believe anything you told him. Anyway, there was no point in standing around forever. I was getting hungry, and it was time to find some place to eat.
なあ、お前たち何が食べたい？おごるぞ。
We decided to head toward Yodobashi. There were a lot of restaurants there, so it was perfect.
やったにゃ。ちゃうな。じゃなくて、おかりん、太っ腹にゃん。ありがとうございます。 何食べようかな。唐揚げかな。ジューシー唐揚げ。マユシーはそればっかりにゃん。
I walked behind the three of them. And I thought to myself, what a beautiful world. Oh wait, yeah, okay. What would it be like if Kurisu was here? I had tried my hardest for the past few months not to think about her, but was it because of my experience yesterday that I did anyway? The expressions and little mannerisms I had seen yesterday, the voice, the way she had walked. I remembered my conversation with her.
岡部倫太郎さん、はじめまして、牧瀬クリスです。どうぞよろしく。
I couldn't respond at all. Something felt slightly off about the way Kurisu moved on the screen, but it was really slight. I would get used to it soon. More importantly, the voice and the way she spoke were like the real Kurisu. I almost cried, and it was all I could do to stop from breaking down.
先輩、そちらは深夜というわけではないですよね。
The camera on the PC switched from me to Maho.
違うけれど、なぜ？
お二人とももしかして眠いのではないかと。
Was she talking about the fact that I didn't respond to her introduction?
私はさっきまで寝ていたけれど、今はもうしゃっきり目が覚めているわ。
だらしないのは相変わらずですね。
失礼なことを言わないで。
では先輩、もう一つ質問しても？
何？
岡部倫太郎さんとはどういう関係ですか？
この前の ATF セミナーに参加してくれた学生よ。なかなか研究熱心だと思ったから連れてきたの。
Maho decided not to tell Amadeus that I was a friend of Kurisu's before she died. Why, I wonder, did she not want Amadeus to find out? Or was I supposed to tell her myself?
先輩にそう言われるなんて大したものですね。
The Kurisu on the screen turned to me and smiled.
その
Calm down.
岡部さん、専攻はやはり脳科学ですか？
それは
The words got stuck in my throat. I said, calm down. You know this is just a program. Her words, her appearance, even the conversation she's having with you right now, they're all artificial. But even though I knew that, I still couldn't speak. I had no idea what to say. And more than that, the words nice to meet you hit me harder than I thought they would. This wasn't the Kurisu I had spent those 3 weeks with. Maho had told me this ahead of time, and I had thought I understood it. But hearing it for myself hurt more than I imagined. I regret not taking my anxiety meds, but it was too late now. My heart rate soared, and my breathing became irregular. My head was spinning, and the corners of my vision were beginning to dim. At some point, my lips had gone totally dry.
どうかしました？岡部さん。
Kurisu sounded worried. That voice software must be pretty good if it could handle nuances like that.
彼の専攻は脳科学ではないわ。だけど、私たちの研究にとても興味があるんですって。
そうなんですか。
レスキネン教授も気に入ってるみたいだし、いずれは私の助手にでもしてやろうかと思っているところよ。
My head snapped up in surprise at Maho's bizarre statement. Me, Maho's assistant. Then I would go to Victor Condria University.
あら、お気に召さない？
お気に召すとか召さないとかそういう問題じゃなくて。
ま、冗談だけれどね。
冗談？
もしかして本気にした？
信じちゃいない。
I wasn't going to tell her that I almost did.
そう。でも、もっともっと勉強してくれれば、あながち冗談じゃなくなるかもしれないわよ。
仮にそうだとしても、レスキネン教授の助手がいい。
This was my way of getting back at her.
教授の助手って思っている以上に大変よ。あの方は本当に子供だから。
As she spoke, she quietly came over next to me and tapped me on the arm a few times. I see, so that was it. She was making a joke to try and calm me down.
悪かった。ありがとう。
何のことかしら？
I didn't think subtlety was her thing. Maybe I was wrong.
先輩、ちょっと。
Kurisu beckoned to Maho within the screen in a very human manner.
何？
もうちょっとこっち。スピーカーに寄ってください。
Maho moved her ear close to the speaker. I was just thinking about how weird it was when...
は？
Maho suddenly turned bright red and shouted at the screen.
そんなわけないでしょ。何を言ってるのあなた。
そんなに照れなくても。
照れてるわけじゃないわ。とにかくおかしなことを言うのはやめて。
そうですか？
そうです。
一体何の話を？
It was obvious that Kurisu had whispered something to Maho. What did she say? Maho glanced at me. And for some reason she blushed and turned away. I see. From the way Maho was acting and what I knew about Kurisu, there was only one possibility.
このスイーツかっこ笑い目。
A pejorative term used to refer to girls who are easily influenced by trends or who think in ways that we find impossible to understand. However, it is said that the only people who use it often are boys who have very little experience with women. I whispered a name I had often teased Kurisu with, and suddenly felt a lot better. She must have said something stupid like, "You two make a good couple," or "You finally found a man." The way she looked at a boy and girl holding a friendly conversation and immediately assumed they were dating was just like the Kurisu I knew. What a system. It didn't need to be that true to her personality, did it? I chuckled. Do you think this Kurisu also browses at channel when Maho and the professor aren't looking too? Knowing her, she's probably commenting. I remember Kurisu once browsed at channel on the future Gadget laboratory's computer when she knew nobody else was around.
ちょっと入ってくるときはノックぐらいしてよ。
クリスティーナ、お前はやるべきことをサボって何を見ていた？
そのあーこれはひどい、はいはいワロスワロスみたいな笑い方はなんだ。
Short for rolling on the floor laughing. Other variants include LOL, laughing out loud, ROFLMAO, rolling on the floor laughing my ass off, ROFL copter, like ROFL but with a helicopter.
案ずるなクリスティ。いや、アットチャンネラークリス。
その呼び方はやめて。
俺はすでに気づいていた。そう、とっくに気づいていた。お前からアットチャンネラーとしての匂いのようなものがプンプンと醸し出されていた。
失礼だな。ちゃんと毎日香りがきつくなる香水つけてるぞ。
そういう意味ではない。俺が言っているのは魂レベルの話。なんだ、隠そうとするとはいじらしいな。アットチャンネラークリス。
その名で呼ぶな。
Your soul's power level. My silly remark seemed to have a much deeper meaning now. Was the girl in front of me one day going to, as Dr. Leskinen had said, become a real artificial soul? When that happens, what are we supposed to call a soul that still existed in this world after the body was gone? Not dead or alive, but something in between. This wasn't science anymore. It was philosophy, or maybe religion.
バカな話はここまでにしましょう。岡部さんだってこんな中身のないことを聞きたくて来たわけではないわ。
そうやってごまかすところがますます怪しいですね。
ウイルスをぶち込むわよ。
嘘です。もう言いません。
Kurisu quickly bowed her head. I bet back when Kurisu was still alive, she had conversations like this with Maho every day. I'm sure Dr. Leskinen had a lot of fun watching them. It was actually kind of cute.
お騒がせしてごめんなさい、岡部さん。彼女と何か話してみる？
ああ。
Maho offered me the seat in front of the PC. Kurisu's face was on the monitor right in front of me. When our eyes met, she smiled a little. I didn't know she reacted like this to people when she first met them. But my meeting with Kurisu went about as badly as it possibly could have. I realized that her prickly attitude towards me could have been unusual for her.
どんなことでも聞いてください。可能な範囲でお答えしますから。
そうだな。
This wasn't good. I was remembering every moment I had ever spent with Kurisu. I couldn't think of what to say. And then the words that came out of my mouth were...
タイムマシンは作れるだろうか。
That was what I had once argued about with Kurisu on another world line. In the end, I had lost the argument completely.
はい？
え？
タイムマシーンですか？
何の話を始めるのかと思ったらいきなり何？
ただのテストだよ。思考実験ができるかどうかっていう。
どうクリス？
そうですね。結論から言ってしまうとタイムマシーンは可能ではない。けれど不可能とまでは言い切れないといったところでしょうか。
That wasn't what she said.
最初に結論を言ってしまうとタイムマシーンなんていうのはバカらしい代物だということです。
That's what Kurisu had said in the Alpha World line. I remembered that well.
俺はタイムマシンなんてバカらしい代物だと思うけどな。
I remembered our old debate and decided to repeat what Kurisu had said then.
そう決めつけるのは早計ですよ。
そうかな。確かに世界中の科学者がタイムトラベル理論を提唱している。主な理論だけで11あるが、どれも仮説の域を出ない。しかも理論同士が矛盾し否定し合っているものまである。
ええ。
例えば宇宙紐理論やワームホール理論。これらは思考実験としてはタイムトラベルを可能にするが、そもそも宇宙紐だのエキゾチック物質だの、どこからどう探してくればいいのか見当もつかない。つまり現実的ではない。
This was also something that Kurisu had told me in the Alpha World line, but the Kurisu on the screen was unmoved.
それは科学者がまだ重大な何かを発見できていないからでしょうね。
それじゃあ君はタイムマシンをいつか作れると思っているのか。
不可能とまでは言い切れない。そう言いましたよ。
Yeah, her opinion was slightly different. Was this because I was in the Beta World line? Or perhaps...
なあ、ヒアジョーさん。彼女は自分がオリジナルの記憶から派生した存在だということは認識しているんだよな。
もちろん。
じゃあ、うまい例が思いつかないんだが、一卵性双生児みたいなことはあるのか。生まれた時は見分けがつかない。だが育つにつれて差異が出てくるとか、そういうこと。
それについてはまだ検証中だけれど、蓄積されていく記憶が異なれば当然元の人間とは違うものになっていくと思うわ。私と教授はそう考えている。
そっか。
It was then that I heard the door on the other side of the partition slam shut.
教授かしら。
あの大きな足音はそうじゃないでしょうか。
I could definitely hear somebody stomping around outside. And then after a heavy knock, the door to the booth flung open.
Rintaro!
Lilintalo. The professor opened his arms wide as he came inside. He grabbed my hand and began to wave it around. I hadn't realized he was this friendly. He seemed to think he was giving me a handshake, but it felt like I was being worked over by a pro wrestler.
Hey boy, what's up?
I'm fine, thank you. And you?
岡部さん、ひどい英語ですね。
黙れクリスティーナ。
クリスティーナ？
Oh no, I was so focused on the professor that I used my old nickname
な
for
んでもな
her.
い。気にしないでくれ。
気になります。なんで私がクリスティーナなんですか？
だからなんでもないというのに。
なんでもない割には動揺してますよね。
しつこいぞクリスティン。クリス。
Kurisu and Maho both seemed lost in thought.
クリスティーナって呼んでいたのね。
君もそこに食いつくな。
I didn't want any more questions about this. Since the professor was here, I decided to ask more about how Amadeus's memories worked.
教授、アマデウスの記憶を外部から改ざんすることは可能なんですか？
But the professor wasn't listening to my question. He seemed to be frantically searching his pockets for something. Come to think of it, I didn't see that translator device on his ear. He must have been looking for it, which meant odds were good he didn't even hear my question.
私の記憶の改ざんですか？理論上は可能です。
Kurisu herself answered in the professor's place.
例えば、私が自分の名前を クリスティーナであると思い込む、そう仕向けることもできるでしょう。ただ普通のデータと違い、記憶データはとても複雑です。今のところ改ざんに成功した例はないと認識しています。仮に改ざんに成功した場合でも、私がそれに気づいて自分で修復してしまうでしょう。私は私以外アクセス不可の領域にログを取っていますから。つまり秘密の日記ですね。その日記と現在の記憶との間に不自然な齟齬があれば、私は高い確率で疑問を抱きます。さらに言えば、私の記憶データは定期的にバックアップされています。自己修復が不能なほどに改ざんされたとしても復旧することが可能なんですよ。最終バックアップから改ざんされた時点までの記憶はなくなってしまいますが。
そっか。
Regardless of the topic of discussion, it felt strange. What Maho had said before she loaded Kurisu was true. I was starting to feel like I was chatting with the real Kurisu. The way she wouldn't let you get a word in edgewise once she started talking about science was like the real Kurisu.
しかし興味深いな。
I turned towards Kurisu and spoke.
君は自分のことを機械として客観的に語ることができている。小説や漫画でよくあるパターンだと、自分は機械ではない人間だとか言い出しそうなものだが。
それは全くナンセンスですね。人間そのものが自分をハードウェアとソフトウェアの組み合わせとして語るじゃありませんか。医学とか心理学とかそういう名においてね。それとどこが違うんです？
なるほど。
さすがへりくつなら誰にも負けないわね、この子。
When she heard this, Kurisu turned toward Maho, her CG eyes big and round, though it was really just the camera sensor moving.
ねえ先輩、余計なお世話かもしれませんけど、口が悪いのを少し直した方がいいですよ。せっかく春が来そうなのに嫌われたらどうするんです？
だからその話に戻るのはやめなさい。
けど私にとっては今一番興味があります。
一番どうでもいいことでしょ、そんなの。
これが人生最後のチャンスだったらどうするんですか？
あなたこそその口を改めなさい。
Dr. Leskinen was clapping his hands together and laughing. I had to chuckle a little too. Afterward, the three of us, including the professor, talked to Kurisu, discussing technical subjects and making small talk. The next thing I knew, it had been almost an hour. I actually felt a little sad when Maho told me that was time to stop. In just a single hour, the strangeness I had felt about Amadeus had disappeared, and I felt like I was really talking to Kurisu. Dr. Leskinen stopped me before I left.
テストをやる気はあるかな？
I tilted my head when I heard the professor speak through the translator.
エムテウスにはタイヤ散歩が少なくてね。うちの研究室の子たちを総動員してはいるのだけれどね。
とはいえアマデウスはまだ研究段階だし、誰彼構わず接触させるわけにもいかないわ。
そこでクリスの友人だったリンタロウにぜひとも協力してほしいんだ。
I remembered they had mentioned something about being a tester at the party. So this is what they were talking about.
私と教授はしばらく日本に滞在する予定なの。だからテスターをお願いするのは その間ということになるわね。あなたにしてもらいたいのは、とにかくクリスと対話を重ねてもらうこと。具体的なノルマのようなものは特にないわ。気が向いたら話をするぐらいでいい。ただ月に2回程度は私と教授にテスト経過の報告をしてほしいの。
それと申し訳ないけれど報酬は出せないんだ。そこも含めて考えてみてほしい。
俺は
亡くした友人をそっくりそのまま再現した AI と話をさせる。それは君にとってとても残酷なことだとは理解しているつもりだよ。乗り気でないのなら断ってくれていいからね。
I remembered what it had felt like to talk to Kurisu when the monitor was just about to turn on. This is what Kurisu had said. Let's talk again sometime, Rintaro Okabe. That's what I had hoped for when I came here, wasn't it?
やります。やらせてください。
I had thought I was ready when I accepted the job, but I had never expected this. There was an incoming call on my smartphone, a term used to describe phones that appeared around the year 2010 that are capable of email, scheduling, net browsing, and other advanced capabilities. The introduction of smartphones with advanced touchscreens has caused most analysts to expect the market for these items to undergo explosive growth. I trembled. There had been quite a few today, and I had kept ignoring them all. But I felt like I couldn't keep ignoring them forever. I tapped connect, trying to act as normal as I could, so the others in front of me wouldn't notice.
はい。
マキセですけど。
Kurisu was displayed on the screen. Yes, it was Amadeus. The app the professor had given me allowed me to access the servers at Victor Condria University from anywhere 24 hours a day. Short for application software, any software that can be used by downloading it to your OS.
岡部さんからクリスの方へ呼びかけることができるのはもちろんだけれど、クリスの方からあなたに呼びかけてくることもあるから、その時はうまく対応して。
This I hadn't predicted. I had never thought she would call me, or that her face would be displayed on the screen.
それともクリスティーナですけどって自己紹介した方が良かったですか？
She looked really mad. I could guess why. I had gotten 8 calls from Kurisu, and I had ignored them all.
事情はレスキネン教授や先輩から聞いています。だから最初に一言こちらから挨拶しようと思っていたんですが、まさか8回もイルスを使われるとは思いませんでした。なんで黙ってるんですか？
Talking to a realistic girl on my smartphone with so many people around was pretty embarrassing.
まあ、話す気がないならそれはそれでいいんですが。なんなのよ。せっかくいつも以上に人と話せるチャンスだと思ってたのに、バカみたいじゃない。たく。いずれにせよ、テスト中は私はあなたといつでもつながっていますから。気が向いたらどうぞ連絡してきてください。こっちも忙しいので、あなたの連絡にいつも出れるかどうかわかりませんけど。
Man, what is this? More than that strangely polite, friendly Kurisu from yesterday. Angry, stubborn, more curious than anyone. the way she seemed to be constantly challenging you.
それではお邪魔しました。
I realized that this really was Kurisu Makise. That was the girl I had spent those 3 weeks with. Lab member 4, my assistant, Christina, aka Kurisu Makise. Her movements were a little more jerky than I had seen on the computer in Dr. Leskinen's office. But evidently that was because of the smartphone. This alone was enough to make me feel like my heart was being squeezed dry. I stood still holding the smartphone tight.
じゃなかった。あかりん、どうしたにゃ？
ああ、今行く。
I thought to myself as I ran to catch up with the others. Maybe Dr. Leskinen was right, and this test would be a very cruel thing for me. But even so, in my mind I was already starting to think about what I would talk about with Kurisu. Maho Hyojo was remembering. She was remembering the last night she had spoken to Kurisu Makise in person.
冗談じゃないわ。こんな大事な時期になんで私が。
That night, Kurisu was whispering to herself a lot. Victor Condria University's Brain Science Institute. Maho and Kurisu worked in the same room at the lab. Thus, Maho was forced to hear Kurisu's angry mumblings, whether she wanted to or not. A little was fine, but she had been acting like this all day, and it was keeping Maho from concentrating. She finally snapped and turned away from the paper she was writing.
ねえ、ちょっとクリス？
English was the language most commonly used at Victor Condria University. When the other staff and professors were around, she would always use English, but when it was just her and Kurisu, Maho would often speak Japanese.
いい加減にしてくれないかしら。
え？ああ、何がです？
Kurisu stopped messing with her luggage and turned to
うるさくて集中できないのよ。この論文、明日までに教授に提出しないといけないんだけど。
もしかして私独り言言ってました？
騒音郊外で訴えてあげようかしら。
すみません。
Kurisu apologized and started to scratch the back of her head. Maho decided to calm down by standing up and going to the shelf where the research notes were kept. There were several books she needed for her paper, but they were all up on the top shelf. This must be someone's idea of a prank, she had said.
ありがとう。助かったわ。日本で何か必要なものがあったら言ってね。送ってあげ。
And women. And Kurisu was simply too talented. Nobody ever actually did anything. A lot of the older scientists were deaf.
秋葉原テクノフォーラムだったかしら？
公園なんて慣れてないし、何をどうしていいのか。
サイエンス誌に論文が載った以上、これからもどんどん増えるわよ。練習しておかないとね。
やだな。
Kurisu whispered to herself. Maho didn't like being around lots of other people either, so she knew how Kurisu felt. But there were a lot of scientists who wanted to be published in a major journal, then go on to give public lectures, and she had beaten out many of them to win that honor. People were jealous. She needed to fulfill her responsibilities, even if just to shut them up. Maybe I'm not that much better, though. Maho silently laughed a little and hated herself for doing it. Maybe I'm just as jealous as they were. That feeling, which was a little like fear, was something that she always felt. The girl in front of her was just that different from Maho. Someone she could never reach, no matter how hard she tried. Someone who had surpassed everything she had ever done, almost instantly.
先輩
Kurisu was peering into her face, confused. Maho felt flustered.
日本でお父さんには会うの
She had heard that Kurisu's parents weren't divorced, but that they were separated. Her mom was still in America, and her dad was in Japan. After Maho had said it, she had wondered if that was too personal a question. But Kurisu smiled a little.
実は父から招待状が届いたんですよ。
へえ
夏頃新しい理論の発表会をするそうです。それを見に行こうかと思ってます。
新しい理論って
Kurisu's smile changed into a small expression of consternation.
まだ詳しく聞いてないんですよね。相対性理論に関することらしいんですけど。
Theory of relativity. The term theory of relativity refers to two theories published by Einstein. The special theory published in 1905 and the general theory in 1916. These are the source of the famous equation E equals mc squared. Special relativity makes clear of the following. Matter cannot exceed the speed of light. The closer you get to the speed of light, the slower time gets. If you reach the speed of light, time stops. The closer you get to the speed of light, the more your length decreases. If you reach the speed of light, your length becomes 0. The closer matter gets to the speed of light, the more its mass increases. If it were to reach the speed of light, its mass would become infinite. General relativity adds the following. Time slows down in the presence of a strong gravity field. Space compresses in the presence of a strong gravity field. Mass increases in the presence of a strong gravity field. Maho felt like she was hiding something, but didn't question her anymore.
とにかく気をつけて行ってくることね。お土産期待しているから。
何がいいですか？
そうね。せっかく秋葉原に行くのだから何か珍しいものがいいわ。秋葉原詳しいのよね。
なんでです？
休憩時間によくそういうサイト見てるじゃない。
まさかアマデウスが喋ったんですか？
あの子はそんなことしないわ。あなた、私が後ろにいるのに動画に夢中になってて気づかないことがあるわよ。は
あ、まさかバレていたなんて自分のうかつさが憎い。
Kurisu actually seemed upset for once. This really surprised Maho.
先輩、お願いです。どうか他の人たちには内密に。
別に隠すことはないと思うけれど。
The idea of sharing a secret with Kurisu made Maho happy.
わかった。言わないでおくわ。
助かります。
Kurisu seemed genuinely relieved. Maho continued.
ねえ、あなたが日本から戻ってきたらアマデウスが独り言をつぶやけるかどうか二人で検証してみましょう。はい。
Kurisu had a very happy look on her face. It was the face of a born scientist who loved to explore the unknown more than anything in the world. Her smile was as innocent as that of a child who had just been given a new toy. It was very beautiful. And it was one of the reasons that Maho liked the young researcher quite a bit. But the promise the two of them made would never be fulfilled. In fact, they would never even meet again. It felt like she was thinking about Kurisu more and more since she had come to Japan. Maho didn't know if it was because she was in Japan or because she was talking with the Amadeus, Kurisu, more often. Or maybe was it because she had met the young man named Rentaro Okabe?
私の知らないクリスを知っている人か。
Thinking back, the first day they had met, she had broken down and cried right in front of him. It was something she didn't really want to remember. She chased the memories away out of embarrassment.
さては岡部さんのことを考えていましたね。
She snapped her head toward the PC monitor. Maho was in the middle of a conversation with Kurisu.
ええ、そうね。
She shrugged her shoulders and tried to ignore Kurisu's mischievous smile.
不思議だと思わない？レスキネン教授が岡部さんのことをあそこまで買っているなんて。2度しか会ったことのない相手なのにあなたのアクセス権も渡してしまったし、あそこまで信用していいのかしら。
誠実そうな人でしたが。
そう？向上心があるのかないのか少しつかみどころがない人だったわ。
好きなんですか？
あなたね。
Maho brought her face close to the monitor and glared, but Kurisu seemed unconcerned.
別に取り繕う必要はないでしょ。昨日は本人の目の前だったから仕方ないにしても、今は私たち二人きりですし。
Kurisu may not have looked like someone who would, but she really enjoyed this sort of gossip. Maybe girl talk was the right word. Maho sighed and sat back in her chair. The creaking sound echoed throughout the empty office.
本当にそんな感情はないわ。
Stream elements.
岡部さんがどんな人なのかさえまだよく
Stay
分かって
moist,
いない
my
のだから。
friends. Hydrate.
なるほど。まあそうでしょうね。
Kurisu let the matter drop. This bothered Maho a little.
ただ気になるのは。
何です？
いえ、なんでもないわ。
Maho had been spending a lot of time thinking about something since yesterday, to the point where she had even put off her research. What kind of relationship was there between Kurisu and Okabe? What was Kurisu feeling in the days before she died? She would have liked to ask Okabe if she could.
先輩、私のオリジナルと岡部さんは。 知り合いだったんですか？
Maho shivered. It was as if Kurisu had been reading her mind.
どうしてわかったの？
岡部さんの話や先輩の反応などを聞いて判断しました。状況証拠を積み上げただけですが、証明しましょうか？
別にいいわ。あなたのことだから反証の余地もないでしょ。
The way they used words like proof and normal conversation showed that both Maho and Kurisu were scientists at heart.
相手だけが一方的に私との記憶を持っているのでは、対話に齟齬が出てしまう可能性が高いです。
彼と話していく上でどうするのかはあなたに任せる。岡部さんの方から切り出してくるかもしれないし、なんならあなたから聞いてみてもいいわ。
Maho still didn't know if Okabe would even access Amadeus at all. They weren't forcing him to.
知らないふりをするというのは嘘をついているのと同じことになりますよね。興味深いデータが取れそうな気がします。
Yes, it was interesting, but that was her opinion as a researcher working on Amadeus. How would Rintaro Okabe feel about it? Wouldn't this be rubbing salt on the wounds in his heart? Maho realized she was getting much too sentimental.
やっぱり日本に来たせいなのかもしれないわね。
It had been a week since she had arrived. The first thing she had planned to do was offer flowers. But she still couldn't bring herself to visit the Akihabara radio building, the place where Kurisu had died. An 8-story commercial building in front of Akihabara Station. It contains lots of computer and hobby shops. On the 7th floor, there's a plate reading The Birthplace of Personal Computing. The sun was setting earlier, now that December had arrived. Kasumi Nakase was surprised by how quickly it had gotten dark while she was out rummaging through the cosplay shops. Short for costume play, the act of dressing up in a costume. In Japan, cosplay refers to dressing up as a character from an anime or manga, and people who cosplay are called cosplayers, or sometimes just layers. Most cosplay costumes are handmade. The wheeled suitcase on the ground next to her felt heavy. She had done her best to jam everything she had bought today inside, and it was bursting at the seams. Still, spending a whole day shopping with her cosplay friends was a lot of fun. She felt tired, but was a good tired. Her footsteps were light as she walked back to the station.
ふぶきちゃん、スキップしちゃいそうだね。あ、わかる？だって今日はいっぱい買い物できて超楽しかったもん。満足満足。ふぶきちゃんのおかげでまゆしーも楽しくお買い物できたよ。付き合ってくれてありがとう。まゆしーのためならお茶の子さいさいだって。
Fubuki tried to grab her friend, Mayuri Shiina, for a hug. Mayuri dodged out of the way. Mayuri may have looked like an airhead, but she was actually quite athletic. Fubuki, by the way, was Katsumi Nakase's cosplay name. Katsumi was in her second year of high school. She and Mayuri were the same age, but were total opposites. Katsumi was boyish and athletic, and when she cosplayed as a male character, she attracted more female kamiko than male ones. Those who appear en masse at cosplay and anime events, and use expensive SLR cameras to take pictures of scantily clad cosplayers. the so-called low anglers, men who take obscure pictures of cosplayers in Akihabara and at Komimon and are not considered true kamiko. A true kamiko must be a gentleman at all times.
これで冬コミマは何の心配もなくなったね。
Komimo, Comic Giga Market, an otaku festival held every year in August and December at Tokyo Big Sight. The four friends had gone to cosplay shops along Yugawaya, Maidens Road, and Tokyo Hands in Ikebukuro, then moved to Akihabara and visited several more. Tokyo Hands, a home improvement chain based out of Tokyo, but unlike most such stores, which have large buildings outside the city centers, Tokyo Hands has many department store-style buildings located around major train stations. Tokyo Hands stores also carry a wide variety of products, from professional-grade tools and materials to fishing and variety goods. Maidens Road, the nickname of a street near the east exit of Ikebukuro Station. It has many doujinshi and anime merchandise stores for female-oriented anime, and is known as a mecca for female otaku. Yugawaya, a large specialty store founded over 60 years ago that sells craft and hobby supplies, fabric, and trinkets. There are over 60 of them, mostly in eastern Japan, but also all around the country. This was all part of their final preparations for Winter Komimo.
そうは言っても衣装を作るのはほとんどまゆりちゃんだよ。あんまり無理しないでね、まゆりちゃん。
Kaede sounded a little worried. Her real name was Kaede Kurushima, and she used her real name as her cosplay pseudonym. She was 3 years older than Katsumi and in college. Kaede was extremely feminine, and her measurements were just like the ones magazine models claimed to have. But she was very shy. People had tried many times to persuade her to enter the pageant at her college, but she would always refuse, saying normal events are kind of scary. But even so, cosplaying at Komimo with the rest of them was something she looked forward to.
だったらこの際だからまゆりちゃんを手伝ってみんなで衣装作りをしない？
Amayuki proposed. She had very noble, elegant features, but the rest of her was easygoing and laid back. Though Kasumi was a fellow girl, she still thought Amayuki was beautiful. Even her light blue penetrating eyes lacked the arrogance that beautiful women usually possessed. They were filled instead with a friendly light. Her real name was Yuki Amane. She was a senior at Meiji University and in the same club as Kaede. She was the oldest of the four. She had once tried to give up cosplay and focus on job hunting. After just 6 months, she had given up on work and gone back to costuming. When an unemployed person is seeking employment, often used to refer to college kids looking for their first real career-oriented job. Since then, she had been spending more time with Kasumi and the others.
そんなお手伝いしてもらうなんて悪いよ。
Everyone smiled at her, but Mayuri quickly shook her head.
今日だって材料代を半分以上も肩代わりしてもらっちゃったでしょ。マユシーはそれだけで本当に嬉しかったから。私たちの衣装を作ってくれるんだから出さない方が申し訳ないよ。それに私 まゆりちゃんみたいに素敵な衣装を自分でも作ってみたいなってずっと思ってたの。うんうん、まゆしーの衣装ってクオリティ高いもんね。ほんと感謝してるんだからね。まゆりちゃん、ぜひ手伝わせてほしいな。じゃあみんなで作ろう。
Katsumi knew that it made Mayuri really happy when someone praised her cosplay outfits.
あ、でもそれとは別にね、まゆしーはみんなにお願いしたいことがあったのです。お願い？実は
Mayuri told them about an event that had quickly become a mainstay of the Japanese holiday year.
クリスマスパーティーを開くから、ゆきさんも楓さんもふぶきちゃんもぜひ来てほしいなって。
said. TF, who is the girl in the middle?
I believe her name is Kaede. That's what they said, Kaede. I think she was mentioned a few times in texts in the first game, but not really a whole lot.
クリスマスパーティーか。
She appears to be a friend of Mayuri at any rate.
私行きたい行きたい行きたい。
Kasumi's only plan for Christmas Eve was dinner with her family, so she raised her hand instantly. None of her friends at school wanted to do anything that night. She had been a little put out about that, since it meant they all had boyfriends.
Chromager
私も大丈夫だよ。
I see, so she's a random ass character.
Kaede also nodded, but Yuki seemed a little hesitant.
私はどうしようかな。
Kind of interesting that you only asked about the middle one, and we haven't seen the one on the side either before, that I know of.
もしかして戦略があるの？そりゃゆきさんほどの美貌の持ち主ならイブのデートに誘ってくる男子は山ほどいるでしょう。そんなことないよ。そうなの？だったら私がほっときません。
I know the right one, she's info
ふ
round
ぶき
in
ち
the
ゃんとク
story.
リスマスにデートできるなら他のどんな予定よりも優先しちゃう。はあ、ゆきさんラボー。ふぶきちゃんはまゆりちゃん一筋じゃなかったの？まゆしーだって楓ちゃんだって大好きだぜ。
Katsumi quickly jumped over Kaede and gave her a big hug.
Chromager said. You can pretty much figure who is she with face and voice.
Kaede was soft and smelled good, and enduring this sort of sexual harassment was nothing new for her.
あ、それでね、ゆきさん。今度、まゆしーにおいしいキッシュの作り方を教えてくれないかな。
Quiche, a traditional French dish made by filling pie crust with cream, cheese, eggs, meat, and vegetables, then cooking it to a flaky golden brown. Yuki was an excellent chef and had been teaching Mayuri a lot lately. Both Kasumi and Kaede would also occasionally participate in what they called Yuki Amane's cooking lessons.
いいよ。何のキッシュがいい？まゆしーはほうれん草とマッシュルームがいいな。
I do love some spinach and mushrooms.
ハムとトマトとベーコンも美味しいよ。はあ、想像しただけでよだれが。わあ、そっか、迷っちゃうのです。それじゃあ料 両方教えてあげる。本当？そうだよね。いろんな味があった方がみんなも喜ぶもんね。もしかしてクリスマスパーティー用に？うん、そうなのです。あと1ヶ月もないけど、それまでにマスターしたいなって。じゃあ特訓だね。いつにする？明日は？マユシーは大丈夫。
Kasumi went over her schedule in her head.
あー、明日か。私、友達と約束が。私はバイト。
Kasumi really wanted to go, so she was pretty disappointed. She would have loved the chance to eat one of Yuki's good quiches. As she thought about the quiche, her stomach began to rumble. It was about time for dinner. Yuki and Mayuri worked out the time and place for their meetup.
場所は私の下宿先だとちょっと遠いから。ラボはどうかな？うん、いいよ。頑張って作り方覚えるぞ。楽しいパーティーになるといいね。マユシ、サンタさんの衣装を作るからみんな着てくれる？込み物分の他にさらに作るんだ。まゆりちゃん、気合入ってるね。まゆしーはやる気満々だよ。ふむ。
Mayuri posed like she was cheering.
サンタ服なら可愛いミニスカートのやつがいいな。白のニーソに赤いブーツとか合わせて。楓ちゃんはいいけど、私そういうの似合うかな。
Kasumi spoke to Mayuri and Yuki without any confidence in her voice.
本当は可愛い服の方が好きなくせに。
There was nothing Kasumi could say. She was right. It bothered Kasumi a lot that she looked like a boy, and she knew that sort of clothing didn't look right on her. Still, at heart, she was a young girl, and she wanted to wear cute clothes.
任せて任せて。まゆし、ふぶきちゃんに似合うのちゃんと作るから。おお、さすが俺の嫁。結婚して。ふぶきちゃん、調子いいんだから。ダルくんみたいなこと言っちゃダメだよ。あの変態紳士さんと一緒にされるなんてショックかも。ちなみにまゆりちゃんも一緒に着るんだよね、サンタさんの衣装。じゃなくて、可愛いんだからもっとコスしようよ。でもまゆしーは作るの専門だから。意義あり。そんなのもったいないです。もうふぶきちゃんまで。それに岡部さんもまゆりちゃんの素敵な姿見たいんじゃないかな。オカリン？
Mayuri made a weird noise as soon as she heard that name.
オカリンさん？ああ、まゆしーの彼氏ね。
Kasumi had met him many times. He was tall, but always looked pale and thin, and whenever he laughed he seemed kind of sad. But from what Mayuri said, until just half a year ago, he had been a totally different person. She had said he was haughty and arrogant, but also kind and a great leader. Mayuri was known to let her emotions influence her judgment, so Kasumi didn't know how much of that description was accurate. Mayuri started to freak out even more after hearing the word boyfriend.
あのね、ふぶきちゃん。オカリンとマユシーはそういうのじゃないよ。またまた。
Yuki and Kaede weren't buying it either. Honestly, Okarin and Mayuri seemed more like an old wedded couple that had been together for years than boyfriend and girlfriend.
本当だよ。だってオカリンには他に好きな人がいるのです。
Mayuri sounded totally unconcerned, which made Kasumi even more surprised.
そうなの？本当に？
Who could have guessed? It was Yuki, the eldest, who spoke first.
ごめんね。なんか余計なこと言っちゃった。マユシーとオカリンは幼なじみで仲良しさんっていうだけだから大丈夫だよ。そう。
Mayuri's smile seemed very sad to Kasumi. She felt the sudden impulse to give her schoolmate a hug.
それより。
Mayuri smiled and walked over to Yuki, as if to blow away the awkwardness.
ねえ、ユキさんは？私？さっきの話、やっぱりクリスマスは彼氏さんと過ごすのかなって本当にいないってば。そう？みんな誤解してるよ。私そんなにモテないし、ここだけの話、年齢と彼氏いない歴が一緒だもの。
First Mayuri, then Yuki. Kasumi was stunned.
そうなんですか？そこまで驚かれるなんて。じゃあゆきさん、
Mayuri started to fidget.
ダルくんなんてどうかな？星田さん？また何を言い出すの、マユシ。星田さんは変態紳士なんだよ。ユキさんが毒牙にかけられちゃう。
She was so surprised she let go of her suitcase's handle and let it fall to the ground. And instead of picking it up, she started talking frantically, all by herself, and they met up. Afterward, they had all gone to a party where she had met Mayuri's friend, who sadly and shook her head.
見てればわかるよ。なんとなく避けられてるなって。クリスマスパーティー尻に敷いちゃうような妹。例えば鈴葉さんみたいな感じ？ないのです。
But it certainly didn't look like nothing. Kasumi couldn't bear to watch her anymore, and Kasumi snuck behind Mayuri and started to tickle her under her arms. Mayuri was laughing so hard she was crying, and this time Kasumi succeeded in giving her a hug.
結婚してくれ。無理だってば。セリフだよ。
In the end, Kasumi kept clinging to Mayuri until they reached the station.
ゆこみま、一緒にコスしようね。この前話したよ。冬コミマはね、マユシーは作る方に専念します。それでもいいからさ、とにかく冬コミマもこの4人で絶対一緒に参加しようね。当たり前だよ。そのために今日みんなで買い物したんだよ。だよね。でも約束だよ。うん、約束。
Mayuri and Yuki split up with them in front of the station since they were taking a different train.
それじゃあね。おやすみなさい、まゆりちゃん、ゆきさん。またね。てってれー。バイバーイ。
Kasumi stood still and watched the two of them until they were out of sight. She felt like she was about to cry and looked up to stop the tears from falling.
ふぶきちゃん。
Kaede was standing next to her, looking worried.
どうしたの？ごめん、なんでもない。なんでもなくないよ。もしかしてまゆりちゃんがどうかしたの？お願い、話して。
Even after Kaede asked, Kasumi wasn't sure she should tell her. There was no way she would believe it anyway.
今日のふぶきちゃん、いつもよりテンション高かった。すごく無理してる感じがしたもの。気づいてたんだ。気づくよ。
Kasumi and Kaede had known each other for 2 years. Since their ages were so different, they treated each other like an older and younger sister. So at times like this, Kaede was really sharp. Kaede didn't talk much, but that meant she had paid a lot of attention to the people around her. Part of it was also that Kasumi wasn't good at hiding things. She just couldn't lie to Kaede no matter what. She gave up and decided to say it.
まゆしがね。うん。死んじゃうんだ。え？何？どういうこと？
Kasumi remembered the nightmares and the things she kept seeing, no matter how much she didn't want to.
夢を見るんだよ。夢？夏ぐらいからかな。毎日夢の中でまゆしが死んで、その度に私や楓ちゃんは泣いて。でもどうすることもできなくて。夕べ見た夢なんか最悪だった。
So she's got a little bit of reading Steiner too then.
私たちの目の前で突然まゆしが倒れて。
Yeah, so she's got a little bit of reading Steiner as well.
そのまゆしをね、オカリンさんが悲鳴を上げながら抱きしめて、大きな声で叫んでて。ねえ、どうしちゃったんだろう私。なんでこんな夢ばっかり。落ち着いて、ふぶきちゃん。多分疲れてるせいよ。そうかな。 そうなのかな。だってまゆりちゃん、今日もすごく元気だったでしょ。
Kaede gave Kasumi a gentle shoulder hug.
だから大丈夫。私やだよ、まゆしが死んだりしたら。そんなことありえないわ、絶対に。絶対に。絶対よ。
Kaede's words made Kasumi calm down a little. She was glad to have made an older friend like this.
とにかく気のせいよ。そんな悪いこと起きるはずがないでしょ。
Her hand squeezed Kasumi's shoulder tightly. Being held like this made Kasumi feel a lot better.
ごめんね、変なこと言って。
But that night, she had the nightmare again. Suzuha Amane was about to run out of patience. The cause was the young man in the room with her father. Itaru Hashida, aka Daru. His massively obese body was leaning forward over a computer monitor, and he had a dopey grin on his face. He had finally gotten up around 11, gulped down 3 cups of instant ramen, and now was surfing the internet.
なんですと。リア充メッセピーとパルテノン氏って夫婦だったん？何それ聞いてねえし。
Parthenon, a female freelance illustrator. She primarily does illustrations for Nicolia Video and Vocalo songs, and is mostly popular with young women. Normies Must Die, a Vocalo producer. 2 of his videos have exceeded over 1 million views. Popular for the unique worlds he builds with his lyrics, as his name suggests, many of his songs criticize normies or criticize himself for not having any friends. His songs are a source of support for viewers in similar dire straits. His songs always feature images by the same illustrator, Parthenon, and her cute illustrations are another source of popularity.
つうか、リア充メッセーとか名乗ってる本人がリア充じゃん。リアルに嫁いるとか、汚い、汚すぎる。ぐぬぬぬぬ、ぼっちの味方だと思ってたのに。こんなん戦争だろ。炎上必至だろ。うおと思ったら、もうアットちゃんもツイポも炎上してた件について。
The name of a microblogging software app allows for tweets up to 140 characters in length. Tweets kept from other users you follow can be viewed in a timeline, allowing for it to be used as a chat program.
僕としたことが出遅れた。これまでの流れをちゃんとチェックしないと。
父さん。
はい。
That's what Suzuha called her father. It's who he was, after all, so there was nothing else to call him. Suzuha was a time traveler from the year 2036, and 7 years from now, he would become her father.
いい加減にしなよ。一日中ゴロゴロして食べるかネットを見るかゲームをしてるかばっかり。即席麺やお菓子ばかり食べてると体に病変を生じるって警告しても治そうともしない。
In fact, his PC desk was covered with snacks. She cleaned it regularly, but it never seemed to make a difference.
運動だってしろって言ってるのに全然しない。
Suzuha realized she was complaining more than usual, but she had to say it anyway.
そんなんじゃ将来。
And then she realized that Itaru wasn't even listening to her. His eyes were fixed on the computer monitor. He had moved his mouse out of sight, but she could still hear him clicking on it.
話を聞きなさい。
Suzuha approached her father from behind and put the hairspray can she had been hiding up to his neck. Itaru seemed to think it was a gun. He stuck his hands up. Threats like this worked. They worked because she had told him that she had survived the Third World War and the wars and chaos of 2036, and that she was ready to draw a gun and pull the trigger whenever she needed to.
鈴葉、やめてくんないと父さん怒っちゃう。
怒られるのは父さんの方。
はい、すみません。でもさ、僕の秘密の仕事知ってるっしょ？あれが結構忙しいんだよ。僕ぐらいのハッカーになると引く手あまたでさ、食事も適当に済ませざるを得ないっつうか。海外のクライアント相手だと時差もあって昼夜逆転しちゃうっつうか。
未来の父さんもそんなことばっかり言って母さんに叱られてた。100歩譲って睡眠周期は仕方ないとしても、これ以上健康を損ねるような食事は許容範囲外。即刻中止すること。いい？
だけど仕事もそうだけどタイムマシンの研究が大変なんだ。癒しが欲しいんだよね僕。
そうやって言い訳してすぐだらけようとする。甘えてるよ父さん。
Suzuha was always amazed that her dad managed to survive the future's wars. But since the time machine research would affect the future, and eventually Suzuha's very presence here, she couldn't tell him to stop. Even after Rintaro Okabe stopped coming to the Future Gadget Lab, Itaru had kept working on the time machine all by himself. Suzuha never said a word about it. If she did, it might create a time paradox.
タイムマシンを作るのに未来から来たタイムマシンを精査しちゃダメだからね。
She decided to warn him again.
分かってるよそんなこと。でも時々自信なくなるんだよね。僕本当にタイムマシンなんて作るん？
当然だよ。しっかりして。
はい。
Suzuha took the hairspray can off his neck.
てっきり銃だと思ったらなんというハッタリ。父さんを騙すなんてひどいよ。
次は本物使うからね。
それマジ勘弁。
Suzuha put the can of hairspray back on the shelf. It was something Rintaro Okabe had left here when he had lived in the lab. It was still here, since its owner never came back for it.
漫画とかゲームだとさ、父親を叱る娘ってのはもっとこう燃えるんだけどな。鈴葉、ちょっとさ、もうダメだよパパって言ってみてくんない？できれば甘やかすような口調で。なんでもないでござる。
Her dad shrank from Suzuha's glare. Suzuha sighed loudly and dropped herself on the sofa. She leaned back against the headrest and stared at the ceiling, then closed her eyes.
どうしたん？
なんでも。
隠しても無駄なのだぜ。鈴葉のなんでもないってのは
話を聞いてほしいって意味っしょ。
え？
ほら、話してみるといいよ。
Daru sounded very serious. Suzuha's eyes went wide for a moment, but then she realized.
そのセリフ、この前プレイしてたギャルゲーにあったよね。
え？
それでフラグが成立するんだっけ？
A computer game lingo, a type of foreshadowing that means a common trope is about to occur. For example, an X flag means that something in the future, X, will happen. Death flags and love flags are common examples. She had been living here for 3 months. She was starting to learn a little about Akihabara's culture circa 2010.
父さん、間違っても私を落とそうとか思わないでよね。
ねえよ、実の娘にそんなことしないって。
本当かな？未来の父さんはちょっと怪しかった。
え？
私が思春期になってからもよく一緒にお風呂入ろうって誘われたな。
何それ怖い。
私は軍属だったし、父さんはタイムマシンの開発に追われてたからいつも一緒にいられるわけじゃなかったけど、とにかくベタベタしてきたよ。鬱陶しいくらいにね。
Her dad looked honestly depressed, and she realized that she had gone too far.
父さんはさ、いつも私に言ってくれてたよ。ここは最低最悪の世界線だけど、私が誕生したことだけは最高だって。私、未来の父さんを失望させたくないんだ。だから、絶対にオカリンおじさんを説得しなきゃ。
大丈夫。失望したりしないって、絶対に。
そうかな。
うん。
けどね、おじさんはどうしても話を聞いてくれないよ。このままじゃおじさんは過去へ行かない。マキセ・クリスを救出しない。シュタインズゲートにも到達しない。
Steins Gate. That was the name of the mysterious world line her dad had told her about in 2036, where World War III might not occur. Leading Rintaro Okabe to that world line was her mission. But right now, it wasn't going well. Suzuha had come to 2010, and just like the mission had called for, she had succeeded in sending Rintaro Okabe to July 28th. But then he failed. He wasn't going to try again. Every time they met, she would try to convince him, but who knew if her words were having any effect?
結局、第三次世界大戦に世界線は収束して、大勢の人たちが殺戮される。それを変えるために私は来たのに、何もできない運命なのかな。
Suzuha had something else she had to do here in Akihabara in December 2010. Besides convincing Rintaro Okabe, and it meant she was running around every day. The exhaustion was starting to take its toll on her. During the war, she had been able to keep herself sharp at all times. And this level of exhaustion wouldn't have meant anything. The relaxed atmosphere of 2010 was actually making her realize how tired she was. She was feeling very sleepy right now, actually. She was surprised at how willing she was to fall asleep in such an undefended position, but she didn't think she could beat the temptation. And then she suddenly felt something extremely cold on the back of her neck. She snapped awake in an instant. Her movements after that were lightning quick. She jumped up and slid behind the massive body in front of her, which obviously belonged to Itaru, and then grabbed his arm and twisted it as she dropped him to the floor. She went to draw the gun at her hip, and her hand swiped through empty air. And then she came back to reality. Her gun was hidden. She wasn't carrying it. This wasn't 2036.
いてててててて
Two cans of Dr. P clattered to the floor. That must have been what he had put on her neck.
何するの父さん。
さっきのお返しだお。
ぼーっとしてたから危うく殺しちゃうとこだったよ。そういう訓練受けてきたんだからシャレじゃ済まないんだって。
わかってくれ、話してくだされ。言いたいでござるの巻。
まったくもう。
Suzuha let her father go.
いてててて。
Itaru rubbed his arm and stood up, then grabbed the cans of Dr. P off the floor. He offered one to Suzuha.
つうかさ、諦めんの早すぎだろう。もうちょっと頑張ってみるのだぜ。多分、オカリンは疲れて眠ってるだけだから、今みたいに冷たい毒ペでも首筋に当ててやれば飛び起きるんじゃね？なんせほら、あのオカリンだし。
She realized her dad was trying to cheer her up and nodded. Then she heard footsteps coming up the stairs and some slightly off-key humming. Their eyes met. Just the sound was enough to tell them who it was.
隠れろ、鈴葉。
オキドキ。
Suzuha moved fast, maybe even faster than when she knocked her father to the ground. She quickly and silently jumped behind the curtain that separated the lab's development room from the rest of it. Just as she hid beneath the desk, there was a knock at the door. Suzuha knew that voice, of course. It was her mom. She could tell from the noises he was making that her dad was panicking. There was another knock.
はいはい、今出る。
Itaru went to open the door. Suzuha took a deep breath and concentrated her mind. She remembered the time she had spent 3 days and 3 nights on a battlefield with no food and nothing to drink, constantly aiming her rifle at the target. She erased any trace of her presence that could give her away. Her breathing started to become shallow. Dad, don't screw this up, okay?
天音氏、今日はマユシと待ち合わせ？
Itaru came back into the room with a girl.
はい、お料理の特訓をすることになっているんですけど。
She could hear plastic bags rustling. She must have brought the ingredients.
マユシ、来てないんだよね。
そうですか。ちょっと来るの早かったかな。
Yuki Amane. Just as the name Amane suggested, she was Suzuha's mother in the future. In other words, the two of them in the other room were supposed to get married.
まあ、約束があるなら、そのうち来るんじゃないかな。
待っていてもいいですか？
もちろん。ここで料理もするんでしょ。
はい、橋田さんもぜひ味見してくださいね。
マユシのは あんまり食べたくないよ。
大丈夫ですよ。まゆりちゃんすごく上達してるんですから。
へへ。
Itaru was clearly nervous. As far as Suzuha knew, the only girl he acted that way around was Yuki Amane. Suzuha and Mayuri were practically family, and he got along fine with big sis Rumi, Ferris, who worked at the maid cafe next door. So it wasn't that he didn't know how to act around girls, but for some reason he always acted different when she was around. She had told him that Yuki would be his wife someday. It was too late to do anything about it now, but maybe that was a mistake, she thought.
今日は妹さんはお留守ですか？
え、あ、うん。
そうですか。
Itaru Hashida's sister was none other than Suzuha herself. Around the same time Suzuha had started spending all her time in the lab, Yuki had become friends with Mayuri and Itaru and began visiting more frequently, which meant that avoiding her was almost impossible, and so she was forced to tell Yuki that she was Itaru's little sister. But still, she had wanted to keep contact to a minimum in order to keep Yuki from finding out somehow. That was why she was hiding.
そうそう。どうですこの服。この前買ったんですけど。
Yuki showed no signs of noticing Suzuha. She was twirling around in the center of the room as if she was at a fashion show. Yuki was a cosplayer and wanted as many people as possible to see her dressed up. Mayuri had told Suzuha that once before. In fact, Yuki and Mayuri spent a lot of time complimenting each other's outfits.
うん、いいよ。すごくいい。
本当ですか？
うはー、天使来たこれって感じ。
ありがとうございます。橋田さんもおしゃれしましょうよ。ちょっとだけ痩せれば結構素敵だと思うな。
はははは。
私本気ですよ。
おお。
Itaru Hashida and Yuki Amane. As she listened to their awkward conversation, Suzuha remembered the last time she had said goodbye to her dad.
父さん、治安部隊が万世橋まで来てる。
One of the bridges on the south side of Akihabara that crosses over the Kanda River. The original Manseibashi was built in a different spot. When new Manseibashi Bridge was built in its current location, the old bridge became known as Old Manseibashi until it was taken down altogether in 1906. The bridge only came into its current arch shape
Stream elements.
after several rebuildings,
Stay
including
moist, my
one after
friends,
the
hydrate.
Great Kanto earthquake.
ということは、ここが発見されるのも時間の問題かな。あらかじめ流しておいた偽の情報も効果なかったか。
急ごう。
おう、開けるぞ。
すごい。こんなところに扉があったなんて。これなら誰にも見つからないね。
さあ、中へ。
ここって。
The room was almost totally empty and covered from top to bottom in soundproofing materials. Not only were there no windows, there wasn't even a door in the hallway. The building they were in was once a symbol of old Akihabara, before it was almost entirely destroyed by an air raid during the last days of the Third World War. Only a few people knew about the secret room inside it. The biggest reason was its secret, the silhouette of what looked like a satellite sitting in the corner.
これタイムマシンだよね。これがタイムマシン？かがり、危ないからあんまり近づくな。
Suzuha spoke to the little girl clutching Mayuri's hand. Most of the children in this era had skin inflammations somewhere on their body from all the radioactive rain, but she didn't. Her name was Kagari Shiina. Her registration form said she was 10 years old, but no one knew if that was true. She was an orphan who had lost her parents in the Tokyo air raids when she was a baby. And nobody even knew her birthday. The name Kagari had been given to her by Mayuri, who was working at the child welfare center that had taken her in. She took it from the word Kagaridi, meaning bonfire, and hoped that she could be a light even in these dark days. It had been 4 years since Mayuri had adopted her, and her name on the registration form had become Kagari Shiina.
綺麗だね、ママ。そうね。
Suzuha motioned for the Shiinas to step back and put her right hand and right eye up to the time machine sensor. The biometrics check cleared and the hatch slid open. The use of fingerprints, voice recognition, vein iris scanning instead of a password. She went inside and fastened herself into the seat.
これほど長時間の有人ジャンプは初めてだが、技術的には全く問題ない。これまでのテストジャンプ通りやればいいからな。
オーキードーキー。
Suzuha began to flip switches, working her way through the startup procedure. She had practiced it hundreds of times in preparation for this day. The faint rumble from the machine began to get louder.
データによれば、昔のラジカンはちょうどこの場所が屋上になってる。ただし、高さが1メートルほどずれてるからな。着地するときに衝撃があると思う。
了解。
The time machine could move through time, but not space. To arrive at the radio building more than 60 years in the past, she needed to launch from right here.
トラブルが起きても冷静にな。トレーニングを思い出せばいい。
大丈夫だよ。私は父さんのマシンを信じてるから。
Her words must have meant a lot to him because he stuck out his lips towards her. She squished them back with her hand.
気持ち悪い。
悲しいな。鈴葉は父さんが嫌いかい？
父さんがやるとなんか下心があるみたいだから。
いくらなんでも娘相手に下心なんてねえよ。
最近母さんに似てきたハスハスとか言ってたのはどこの誰？
Her mother wasn't here. She had become a victim of the war, brutally killed by the peacekeeping squads.
冗談を真に受けないでくれたまえ。
なんだ、冗談だったの？
Suzuha's voice sounded kind of disappointed. She set the destination for August 13th, 1975. Her first mission was there.
これでよし。それじゃあ父さん、なゆ姉さん。
She was about to say her goodbyes. But then...
屋上からだ。突入してくるぞ。
思ったより早い。
Suzuha drew her gun from her holster. She was about to get out of the time machine, but her dad stopped her.
ダメだ、さっさと飛べ。
でも父さんたちが。
俺たちのことはいい。早く行け、鈴葉。
そんな、だって
マヤシ、係ちゃんを。このマシンにはもう一人乗れる。
Mayuri and Suzuha's father picked up the stunned Kagari and stuffed her into the time machine.
すずちゃん、係をお願い。わかった。
If Suzuha's mission succeeded, the world line would be rebuilt, and it was likely that the present Kagari would cease to exist. It might have been pointless to send her, but even so, a mother wants her child to live. That's how Suzuha's mom was too.
ママ。
Kagari finally seemed to understand what was going on. She called out to her mom.
やだよ。いや。大丈夫だよ、係ちゃん。すずちゃんが一緒だからね。ダメ、ママも一緒じゃなきゃダメ。過去へ行けば昔のママがいるよ。今よりずーっと若くて、係ちゃんびっくりするだろうな。
Mayuri handed Kagari a tiny keychain. It looked old. It may have been brightly colored green once, but now it was completely faded.
ママがずっと大切にしてきたウーパのキーホルダーだよ。係ちゃんにあげる。大事にしてね。
The mascot character of the Rainet Kakeru anime, a dog-like virtual pet with an egg-shaped cylindrical body and short stubby arms and legs, comes in many different colors. It can't talk, but it can communicate by crying Oopa or Oopa. Once it was pressed firmly into Kagari's hand, she stepped back. Mayuri was smiling, but weeping at the same time.
いや、行きたくない。ママと一緒にいる。ママダメ。係、おとなしくしてなさい。
Kagari fell silent immediately. Even Suzuha had never heard Mayuri use that tone of voice. That's how harshly she scolded her daughter. Kagari was quietly weeping, unmoving.
閉めるぞ。
This time, the hatch really did begin to close. The inside of the machine and the outside of it. The two worlds were about to be completely cut off from one another. Whether Suzuha's mission was successful or not, she would probably never see any of them again.
絶対に諦めるな、大バカ野郎。
オキドキ。
And then the door was sealed shut, and Mayuri and Itaru's voices disappeared along with the chaos outside.
父さん、大好き。
She whispered towards the door, now sealed shut.
行くよ、係。過去へ。
She booted up the time machine.
橋田さん、掃除機はどこ？
Suzuha snapped back to reality. Yuki was getting closer to the development room she was hiding in.
そのカーテンの危な
この奥？
あ、僕が持ってくるよ。
Itaru motioned for her to stop and then quickly slid into the room. As he reached down to pick the vacuum off the floor, his gaze locked with Suzuha's as she hid under the desk.
バレないようにしてよ、父さん。
オーキードキー。
ありましたか、掃除機？
あ、うん。
Evidently, Yuki was trying to be nice by cleaning up. The place was pretty messy right now. Knowing Yuki's personality, Suzuha could imagine she would want to clean it. Itaru grabbed what looked like a vacuum cleaner off the floor and left the development room.
何ですか、それ？
未来ガジェット5号機。
Future gadget number 5. The future gadget of your dreams, made by connecting a dryer and a vacuum. It uses the exhaust from the vacuum in the dryer. The name comes from the famous anime about a phantom thief, Blue Pants III.
分解すれば普通の掃除機として使えるはず。
お掃除するための掃除機なのに、分解したらかえって散らかすことになりません？橋田さんって頭がいいのに時々うっかりなことしますよね。
そうかな。
でもそういう人の方が私好きだな。
なんだと
Itaru started to panic again, and Suzuha sighed.
ただ生活については見直した方がいいと思うんです。お部屋の掃除はできれば毎日した方がいいですよ。ここ特に埃っぽいですし。それだけじゃありません。食事のこともそうです。今日もカップ麺だったんでしょ？
なんで知ってるん？
お台所に食べ残したまま放置されてます。
なるほど。
それにお菓子もこんなにたくさん。食べ過ぎだっていつも言ってるのに。
一応気をつけてはいるのだぜ。
一応じゃダメです。あんまりカップ麺やお菓子ばかり食べてると病気になっちゃいますよ。あと少しは運動すること。
Yuki Amane was saying the same thing that Suzuha had just said. Perhaps they really were mother-ish. Suzuha was just beginning to feel a little homesick when she sensed another visitor approaching. The door to the lab opened, and a greeting she had heard many times before resounded throughout the room.
ごめんね、ゆきさん。ちょっと遅れちゃった。
It was Mayuri coming to see Yuki, but there was another presence there too.
まゆりちゃん、こんにちは。岡部さんも一緒だったんですね。
おかりん、久しぶりじゃん。
ああ、久しぶり。
When she heard his voice, Suzuha ground her teeth a little.
興味深いわね。
なんだって？
聞こえなかった？興味深いと言ったの。
まさか行きたいとか言い出すんじゃないだろうな。
ぜひお願い。
話すべきじゃなかったな。
I was standing in the middle of Ikebukuro with a smartphone in one hand, staring up at the sky. I had been trying to talk to the Amadeus, Kurisu, as much as possible lately. Sometimes I would contact her, and sometimes Kurisu would contact me. It didn't feel any different than having a friend who lived in the real world. Talking on a smartphone in a crowded place like this was a little embarrassing, but I told myself that compared to the things I used to do, it was nothing. I had chosen harmless topics for our discussion, but it still reminded me so much of talking to the old Kurisu that I sometimes forgot myself. I had done that just now when I accidentally told her about the lab. She had seized on it.
あんたが今話したそのラボ、オリジナルの私は行ったことか？
ああ、いや。
はっきりしないわね。どっち？
ないよ。
Kurisu had been part of the lab in the Alpha World Line. In this world line, she had died before ever becoming a lab member. Of course, she had never known where it was.
お前は勘違いしているようだから言っておく。ラボと言ってもラボじゃない。ただのお遊びサークルだ。それに
Suzuha was living there right now, and Daru spent a lot of time there. If they found out about Kurisu, things could get complicated.
言いかけてやめないでほしいわけだが。
なんでもない。
いずれにせよ、外の世界をいろいろ見て回ってみたい。今までは先輩や教授と話す時も研究室の中ばかりだったから。
だからこうして日曜の朝っぱらから池袋を案内してやっているだろう。
10. Even at this hour, the area in front of Ikebukuro Station was crowded. I was going to get even more crowded as it got closer to noon.
なんなら乙女ロードまで連れて行く覚悟はしていたんだけどな。
何よそれ？
お前の知らない世界が広がっている場所だな。
待って、今調べた。
本当に興味が湧いたか？
そんなわけあるか。とにかく今日はあんたのラボに連れて行ってよ。私に話して聞かせた以上、責任を取りなさい。よろしくね。
And then she hung up. It was like I was her own personal taxi service. Kurisu couldn't move around on her own, so there was no getting around that. But
まったくわがままなやつめ。
she didn't seem to think very highly of me. At this rate, she might start treating me worse than a servant. The real Kurisu was one thing. Or, no, maybe it wasn't. But being treated that way by the artificial Kurisu was incredibly humiliating. Wouldn't it be humiliation for all of humanity?
これはなんとかすべきかもしれん。
As I mumbled to myself.
あれ？オカリ？
Mayuri called out to me. She was carrying a lot of bags. It was probably materials for one of her costumes.
ねえねえ、今誰かと話してなかった？
お今のは大学のゼミの友達だ。
そっか。 びに行くの？
いや、今日は別に予定はない。まゆりはこれからバイトか？
ラボでユキさんと待ち合わせ。
ラボ。
Was this good timing or bad timing?
そうだ、オカリンも久しぶりに一緒に行かない？ユキさんの手料理も食べられるよ。それとね、マユシーも頑張って作る予定なのです。どうかな？
In the end, I went with her.
えへへ。
ずいぶん嬉しそうだな。
嬉しいよ。
Mayuri had been smiling the whole time. But I was the opposite. The minute I got here, I was so nervous. I felt like I was about to throw up. I didn't really want to see Suzuha.
おお、岡部じゃねえか。
お、
The door to the Brawn Tube workshop on the first floor opened, and out came the building's owner, Yugo Tenochi. A CRT TV shop located on the first floor of the multi-purpose Obiyama building in Suihiro-cho. At the very back of the store is a very rare 42-inch CRT TV. Yugo Tenochi, the owner of the store, also owns the building. It only gets a few customers a day, but strangely enough, it's been one of the few stores that survived over the years in the constantly changing landscape of Akihabara.
店長さん、てってる
おう。
うわー、T シャツ1枚で寒くないですか？
鍛えてるからな。
When I had been living in the lab, I had given him the nickname Mr. Braun. It hadn't been a long time since I had seen him.
岡部、その様子じゃちゃんと大学生やってるみたいじゃねえか。
どうも。そういえば家賃ってどうしてるんだっけ？
I asked Mayuri instead of him. I used to give it directly to Tenoji, but
橋田がちゃんと振り込んでくれてるから安心しな。
そうですか。
おう。
this man, was he a realtor in this world line too? There was no way I could ask him. I couldn't help but be wary of him. That's why I had started to put some distance between us. If nothing else, I had avoided trying to interact with him.
じゃあね、あんま暴れんなよ。
Tenochi saw that I had gone silent and went back inside. Mayuri looked over at me with a worried
大
expression.
丈夫？やっぱり帰る？
行こう。
Tenochi didn't matter. What mattered was, why was I here? Did I feel like something needed to change? Or did I really want to show Kurisu the lab? I went up the stairs, still unsure of the answer.
てってる
Mayuri went in
ごめん
first.
ね、ゆきさん。ちょっと遅れちゃった。なゆりちゃん、こんにちは。
I peeked inside the room. Daru and Yuki were there. Their eyes went wide when they saw me.
岡部さんも一緒だったんですね。
お、オカリン、久しぶりじゃん。
ああ、久しぶり。
I quickly scanned the room. There was no sign of Suzuha. Part of me was a little relieved.
入っても。
自分のラボで遠慮とかねえよ。
それもそうか。さすがにこの状況でクリスを呼び出すことはできなさそうだな。
I followed my Yuri to the lab and tried to relax my legs by sitting on the couch, but I didn't feel relaxed at all. It felt like my skin was crawling. I glanced over at Yuki.
ゆきさん、そのお洋服かわいい。まゆりちゃんにそう言ってほしくて着てきたんだよ。いいなあ、まゆしんも着てみたいのです。後でお洋服取り替えっこしてみる？サイズ合うかな？
I had heard about Yuki's future from Suzuha too. I still couldn't believe someone this pretty was going to marry Daru. Even Daru seemed to share that opinion. That's how much of a miracle it was. Yuki and Suzuha really did look similar. There was no doubt that she was Suzuha's mother, but still, Daru seemed to be having trouble with her. He would send lots of messages complaining about how he didn't know how to deal with it. Were things, perhaps, starting to go wrong? If the world lines converged, the two of them were going to marry no matter what. I ignored Kurisu's call. I was sure she would complain later, but there were some things I just couldn't help. And then I saw an old vacuum lying on the floor. What was this thing? I asked myself, and then I realized that was future gadget number 5. What was it doing here? I had put all the future gadgets in the back room. No one was planning on playing with this thing, were they? We had MacGyvered it to the point that it didn't work as a vacuum anymore. MacDiver. Originally, this referred to the act of stripping off the clothes of a female figure whose clothes were never intended to be removed. From there, it became to mean any sort of customization that was far, far removed from the design's original intent. Some figures, by the way, include clothes that are intended to be removed, called cast-offs. This does not count as MacGyvering. I should put it away. I took gadget number 5 to the back room. It felt even messier than it had last summer. Most of the new stuff belonged to Daru. I could see a lot of anime, computer games, pre-order bonuses, art books, and figure boxes. But there were also a lot of parts and machines I didn't recognize. Was Daru really working on the time machine?
僕は一人でもやるよ。鈴葉と約束したからね。
Just once, Daru and I had something like a fight over the time machine. I could still remember his exact words. It was rare for Daru to be so forceful about what he was thinking. Did I just hear something? There it was again. Was it a rat?
おい、誰？ネズミが。お、ネズミじゃなくてガラガラヘビか？
ヘビってなんだよ、ヘビって。おじさん、静かに。
I knew that voice. I could sense someone there. Someone was moving around under the desk. I leaned down and fearfully took a peek. There was Suzuha.
あ、え
What was she doing here? And then Daru walked in.
またネズミとか迷惑すぎる。
I tried to push Daru out, but it was too late.
やだ、ネズミがいるんですか？ネズミ？ヘビ？どこ？
Mayuri and Yuki were peeking out from behind Daru's back.
鈴葉さん？どうも。
次のニュースです。明和党の駒沢康和衆議院議員が企業から不正献金を受けていた問題で、駒沢議員は今日10時から記者会見し、議員辞職する意向を表明しました。
Someone left the TV on, and it was playing the afternoon news. Suzuha knew no one was watching it, but she used the remote to turn the volume up anyway. She wanted to keep the girls in the shower room from hearing us. I could hear Mayuri and Yuki laughing from the shower. Things had gotten really awkward when Yuki had found Suzuha, but Mayuri quickly came up with a plan. At first her plan was for the three of them, including Suzuha, to shower naked together and hopefully get Yuki and Suzuha more comfortable around each other. But Suzuha said that the shower room was too small for 3 people and refused.
参ったな。
Suzuha was staring up at the ceiling.
鈴葉のせいじゃないよ。オカリンが悪いんだ。
誰が事前に教えてくれなかったからだろう。
教えるタイミングなんてなかったじゃん。オカリンがいきなり。
もういいよ、二人とも。私が迂闊だっただけで誰も悪くない。
そもそも彼女から隠れる必要があるのか？すでにダルの妹で通っているんだから、コソコソする方が逆に怪しまれるだろう。
Suzuha had tried to avoid Yuki to begin with. Just meeting her father was enough to potentially cause a time paradox, she said, and that chance went up even more if she met her mother. But Yuki had found her before long, and Suzuha had been forced to say she was Daru's little sister. Yuki believed it, so why make things any more complicated?
そうなんだけど、母さんが思った以上に私と仲良くなりたがるんだ。あまり会話しすぎるとボロが出かねない。
自分とよく似てる人間が現れたら嫌悪するか興味を示すかのどちらかだろうな。
And Yuki Amane was the latter.
嫌われた方がずっと楽だよ。
いっそ事実を打ち明けるわけにもいかないか。
Right now, only a few people knew that Suzuha was a time traveler. Me, Daru, Mayuri, and Ferris. That was all.
つうか、このまま何も説明しなくていいんじゃね？
え？
天音氏はなんつうか、秘密とか無理に聞きたがるような人じゃないと思うんだよね。鈴葉ならよくわかってるんじゃないか？
確かに未来の母さんはそんな人じゃなかったけど。
じゃあ大丈夫だって。いずれ時が来たら僕からちゃんと説明しとくよ。
本当？
ああ。
わかった。父さんに任せる。
Suzuha nodded.
で今後は天音氏を露骨に避けるのやめるっつうことで。
うまくやれるかどうか自信ない。
大丈夫だって。
お前が言うなって話だけどな。さっきだって相変わらず苦手意識出しまくってたじゃないかお前。
僕のことは今はどうでもいいっしょ。
And then the conversation came to a halt, which meant we started thinking about the voices coming from the shower room.
わけで
Daru opened his mouth. Perhaps he couldn't take it anymore.
ニコ生見てもいいかなブラチューの生特番があるんだ
An anime called Bloodtoon, the animation. Originally a manga, it was animated last year. The show drew a lot of attention from anime fans, and the main heroine, Seira Orgel, became popular enough to have many figures. A live streaming service offered by the major streaming site Niconia Video.
不許可って言っても視聴するんでしょ？じゃあどうぞ。
Suzuha sighed, and Daru sat in front of the PC and put his headphones on.
何？おじさん。
いや、仲のいい親子だと思ってさ。
そうかな。
ああ、未来でもなるはこんな感じだったんだろ。
もっと痩せててかっこよかったけどね。
想像もつかないな。
うん。
And the conversation died again. There were a ton of things I needed to talk to Suzuha about, but that was why I couldn't say a word. Maybe it was the same for her. Since there was nothing else to do, Suzuha and I turned back to the TV. The news was still on.
今日東京銀座でフランスのファッションブランドル・パラディのオープニングイベントが行われました。
As the newscaster spoke, I could see over 100 women lined up in front of a store.
平和だね。私が物心ついた頃にはすでにこんな光景は存在しなかった。
On the TV, a girl in a pretty outfit was talking to an interviewer.
羨ましいな。彼女たちは誰も殺さなくていいし、誰にも殺されないんだね。私が育った時代はさ、相手が男だろうと女だろうと容赦なく殺さなきゃいけなかったんだ。次の瞬間には自分の命が終わるかもしれない。そんな恐怖が寝ても覚めてもつきまとってた。恐怖を忘れるためには狂気に身を任せて自分が殺す側に回るしかなかったよ。
That was war. That was Suzuha's life. I had been to many nightmarish world lines, but none of them were that bad.
父さんたちはタイムマシンのことで反政府組織とみなされてね。
Daru had made the time machine that brought Suzuha here. It was far more powerful than the one that existed in the Alpha World line.
私も軍から離脱して父さんたちに加わったから警察や治安部隊に追われることになった。それからはもっともっとひどい戦闘が何度もあったよ。正義のための戦いなんて綺麗な言葉は使いたくない。たくさん殺したし、友達や仲間も大勢殺された。その中には私の母さんもいた。
Daru was still staring at the computer screen, but I could see him twitch. He must have been listening to Suzuha while he pretended to look at the screen.
軍の無人機から私を守ろうとして機銃掃射で死んだよ。
This was the first time I had heard how Yuki Amane died. She was in the next room right now, having fun in the shower, and that was how she was going to die.
この目でズタズタにされていく母さんを見た。この全身で 母さんの生温かい血を浴びた。
Maybe the reason Suzuha didn't want to talk to her mother in 2010 was that she didn't want her asking about the future. There was no way Suzuha could tell her that.
ねえ、おかりんおじさん。
At some point, Suzuha's eyes had started to overflow with tears.
この世界線の行き着く先は地獄しかないんだ。今すぐじゃなくていい。時間切れにはまだ少しだけ時間があると思う。だからもう一度だけその考えてお願い。お願いだよ。
俺は
I knew it. In my mind, I knew it. The right thing to do was to do as she asked. But
死にたくないよ。
the sensation I felt when the knife slipped into her flesh, and I took the life of the girl I loved. It went from my hand to my arm, and then to the rest of my body, and I started shaking. My vision blurred, then almost went black. My hands went to my mouth. There was a wave of pain, like my stomach was turning inside out.
おじさん、
大丈夫か、おかりん。
ああ、悪い。
Suzuha poured me a cup of water and I gulped it down.
ごめん。こんなことまだ話すんじゃなかった。
いや、大したことない。大丈夫だ。
I sank into the sofa and tried to calm down.
鈴葉の言いたいことも気持ちもよくわかるんだけど、俺は何度も世界線を漂流してきた。こことは違う世界線でタイムマシンに運命を翻弄される人たちを見てきた。
I looked straight into Suzuha's eyes.
お前の非業の結末さえ見てきた。俺自身もそれに巻き込まれて何もかも無力だってことを知った。
Humanity was powerless before the laws of this world.
タイムマシンを使って世界線を改変するのはこの宇宙の仕組みから逸脱することだ。俺たち人間が手を出していい領域じゃない。いわば神の領分なんだ。それに触れれば俺たちはもっともっと残酷な罰を受けることになる。俺はそう思う。
それがオカリンおじさんの答えなの？
少なくとも今はな。
そう。
ただの逃げだとなじってくれてもいい。
そんなことしないよ。
Suzuha looked up at the ceiling and sighed. That must have been a habit she had picked up lately.
続いてのニュースです。厚生労働省はアメリカで猛威を振るっている新型の脳炎ウイルスについて、今のところ日本国内での発症例は報告されていないと発表しました。ただこの新型脳炎は潜伏期間が長いことから、すでに国内に上陸している可能性も否定できないとして、感染症法に基づき全国の医療機関に対して新型脳炎対策と感染症発生動向の速やかな調査を指示しました。ここからは お茶の水医科大学の春山倉庫教授にお話を伺います。春山さん、この新型の脳炎というのは具体的にはどのような症状が出るものなのでしょうか？
新型脳炎は感染力は弱いのですが、潜伏期間が長く突然発症します。症状としては幻覚や記憶障害が主ですね。例えば、そうですね、会社で仕事をしていたはずなのに気がつくと家にいたりですとか、会ったこともない人に会った記憶があるというような症例が報告されています。あとは実際には発生していない事件が起こった覚えがあるなどといった記憶の混乱も現れているようです。夢と現実の区別ができなくなったり、時間感覚を失ったり、周りの人と記憶が一致しなくなるので錯乱状態に陥ったり、いわゆる寝ぼけているような状態、デジャブのようなものと言えますが、もっと症状がはっきりしています。
The name of a strange sensation in which you feel that you've been through a situation before, even if you know that you can't possibly have done so. The sensation is strong and realistic enough that it cannot simply be attributed to forgetfulness or imagination, but since you can't remember when or where you experienced it before, it creates a strong feeling of unease. The cause of this sensation is still unknown. One theory says it is the result of an extremely rare but temporary disjunction between the parts of the brain that govern recall and memory. Another theory says that it's the result of a temporary spasm of the hippocampal gyrus.
治療法についてはいかがでしょう？
他の脳炎と違いまして、適切な治療を受ければ比較的速やかに完治することが分かっています。ですので、もし国内で感染者が出たとしても、それほど恐れることはないと思いますよ。
The reporter was still talking, but I couldn't hear what she was saying. The information I had just heard was that shocking. A new kind of encephalitis. I knew the symptoms she was describing. Losing the ability to discriminate between dreams and reality. Losing your sense of the passage of time. Your memories no longer match those of the people around you. That was the same as reading Steiner. The interior of the time machine smelled like metal and was covered in instruments of different sizes. The girl inside was sobbing. It had been almost an hour since Suzuha had left to go look around. She had assumed that Kagari would have stopped crying by then, but she had had no such luck.
いつまで泣いてるつもりだ。しっかりしなきゃダメだ。まゆ姉さんの気持ちを考えろ。
Kagari Shiina looked up at Suzuha, her face wet with tears.
だから泣くんじゃない。鬱陶しい。
Suzuha walked over to Kagari and knelt down so they would be at eye level. She had no intention of spoiling her. Her goal was to save billions of lives, and this was her first mission.
いいか、これからはかがりもワルキューレの一員とみなす。私の部下として扱う。非戦闘員じゃないからな。
Demigoddesses from Norse mythology. There are many Valkyries, and at least several dozen are given names. They choose who will die on the battlefield and who will be victorious. And they take the souls of those who fought bravely to Valhalla to prepare for the coming Ragnarok. Skuld, one of the three Norns and the goddess of the future, is a Valkyrie.
ここは1975年だ。知ってる人間は誰もいない。 父さんもまゆ姉さんも出生してない。つまり誰も守ってくれないんだ。自分の身を守るのは自分だけだと思え。いいな。
Kagari was a brave girl, and she finally realized that now wasn't the time for tears. She tried to stop crying. It wasn't working well, but it was a lot better for her emotions than sobbing. She was a smart girl. Suzuha knew that.
あまり時間がない。この時代の人間にタイムマシンが見つかったら大騒ぎだ。
The machine had landed on the roof of the radio building, which wasn't a spot that people visited often. The chances of anyone finding it were slim. But in this era, they had no one to help them conceal it. That meant they couldn't stay long. She needed to finish her mission quickly and move to the next time period.
何か失敗したらまたタイムマシンで時間を戻ればいいんじゃないの？燃料の問題があるんだ。ジャンプできる回数は無限じゃない。肝心の場面で動作しなかったら話にならない。そうなんだ。立てるか？
Suzuha stepped out of the machine and beckoned to Kagari. Kagari looked surprised. Her eyes were narrowed at the bright sunlight. The sky above Tokyo in this time period was too dirty to be called blue. Smoke and dust clouds filled the who know what were rising from the rows of smokestacks, and it all combined with black exhaust from the cars that scurried along the ground to create a smog so thick you could literally see it. The sky above the city was covered by a veil of death, but still it was the first clear sky that Kagari had ever seen. She had only ever known from books and videos that the sky could be this bright. The nuclear weapons used during the Third World War had changed the weather over Tokyo, and their sky was constantly covered in dull gray clouds. The sun's light was always weak when it shone through them, and it was never this bright.
私が子供の頃はまだこんな感じの空だった。少しだけど覚えてるよ。
Suzuha looked up at the sky too.
空気がおいしい。
In 2036, you needed a filter and a mask to go outside for any length of time. Compared to that, 1975 was a lot cleaner.
わかるだろ、かがり。父さんたちがどうして世界線の改変に全てをかけていたのか。世界線がどうとか、歴史がどうとか、そんな理屈は後でいい。今はただこの空の色を守りたいと思えば。
Kagari slipped her hand into her pocket and took out the faded green Upa keychain. She stared at it with a sad look on her face. She was probably thinking about Mayuri, her mother, and she was probably trying to understand what it meant that her mother had put her inside the time machine. Suzuha decided that Kagari was alright now and closed the hatch on the time machine from the outside. The lock flipped on automatically. The only person who could open it now was Suzuha, whose biometrics had been loaded into the system ahead of time. Even if someone did find the machine, it would be a while before they found out what it was.
かがり、これを見ろ。
Suzuha handed her a printout of a photo.
これ何？ IBN 5100っていうレトロ PC だ。
IBM's first portable computer, which went on sale in 1975. The design includes an integrated monitor and keyboard, and while it is described as portable, it weighs almost 25 kilograms. In the 2000s, John Titor revealed that there was a special computer language that could only be used on devices of this type, which was not described in the manual. IBM's developers would later admit that he was correct.
私たちの時代に存在していたものはどれも満足に動かない。けどこの時代なら感動品が入手できる。これを手分けして探すのが私とお前の最初のミッションだ。連絡はこれで。
She handed Kagari a small transceiver.
通信できる距離はかなり短いらしいから気休め程度だと思え。オーキードーキー。90分ごとにこのビルの前に集合。状況を確認。それを繰り返す。いいな。オーキードーキー。いい返事だ。
Suzuha nodded and patted Kagari on the head.
よし、ミッション開始。
Suzuha was on the top of the radio building in 2010, looking down.
35年か。
That's how long ago it had been in real time since she had spoken to Kagari here. From her perspective, it had only been a few months. The view from up here had changed a lot since then, and in the next 26 years, it would change even more. She had seen for herself how this building changed over a span of 61 years. The thought didn't make her feel sentimental. Instead, she felt the loneliness and fear that comes from having a past not shared with anyone else. Using the time machine to change the world lines means breaking the rules of the universe. Rintaro Okabe's words flashed through her mind. Still, lately, she had been thinking more about Kagari. She had been searching the city at regular intervals. She was looking for Kagari Shiina. She didn't even know if she was in Tokyo. She had no clues. She didn't even know what Kagari looked like now. So maybe it was a waste of time. Even so, she had to find Kagari herself. But she hadn't had any better luck today. She turned around and looked toward the time machine. She would come here every day. Her primary reason for coming was to see if her father, Itaru Hashida, had been here. Anytime she had let her guard down, he would come to try and examine it. She had told him it would cause a time paradox, but he didn't listen. She needed to keep constant watch. To be honest, she had a lot of things she had to do. And then she heard the metal door to the roof open. Was it her dad? She squinted into the darkness, but the person she saw was much smaller than Itaru and had cat ears coming out of their head.
いたいた。すずにゃん、こんばんはだにゃん。なんだ、ルミ姉さんか。
Ferris had a spring in her step as she approached Suzuha.
ルミ姉さんって誰のことかにゃ？フェイリスはフェイリスにゃ。ルミ姉さんはルミ姉さんだよ。